Nice people.
Hey, Kadeem, quickly, it's 5 o'clock. I just got on. I went onto the Thursdays thing, and I think I printed the Thursdays agenda. So are they, is it the same?
It's the exact same, the exact
It's the
same.
exact same.
The exact
Okay,
same.
so I don't need to go and reprint the agenda.
No, you do
Okay.
not. You're good to go.
Very good. Thank you.
We do have
So
changes
John
when you,
McLaughlin is here. What?
when the time comes, we'll have changes or, things to hold, but that's when the time
Okay.
comes.
Bear with me. No wonder Val helped me out.
Is it me or is John sideways?
He is.
Okay.
Abby. Terry. Okay, I think I got it. All right. I'm going to get the meeting started. Sorry I'm late. A little technical glitch called human error. Okay. Welcome, everybody. Happy winter solstice. So this is the shortest day of the year. It means from here on in, it's just going to get warmer and sunnier.
Yay.
This is what it promises every year, and then it never comes true because February is always far worse than what we're in right now. Anyway, welcome to the HTC. This is Ray Pohl, Chairman of the HTC. Permit me to confirm that all members and persons anticipated on the agenda are present and can hear me. So at the moment I have Val Oliver.
Here.
Thank you. Diane Coombs.
Here.
Very good, Diane. Thank you. Abby Camp. Abby, are you still there?
I see your name.
I do too.
I was muted, sorry.
Oh, there you go, Abby. John McLaughlin.
Hi.
Thank you, John. And I didn't see anyone else on. Am I in error?
Carrie.
Carrie's
here.
on. Okay. Carrie Thornwell.
Yep,
Yeah.
here.
All right. Thank you. Okay, staff, when I call your names, if you could please respond in the affirmative. Kadeem McCarthy.
Present.
Holly Backus.
Present.
Esmeralda Martinez.
Present.
Thank you very much. Terry Norton.
Present.
Thank you, Terry. Okay, everybody else will be announced as their applications appear on the agenda. Good evening. This open meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission is being conducted remotely pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2021. Ensuring public access does not ensure public participation unless such participation is required by law. This meeting will not feature public comment. For this meeting, the HTC, aka Historic District Commission, is convening by video conference via Zoom app as posted on the town's website, identifying how the public may join. Please note that this meeting is being recorded and that all attendees are participating by video conference. Accordingly, please be aware that other people may be able to see you and to hear you, and to take care not to screen share your computer. Anything that you may broadcast can be captured by the recording, of course. All supporting materials that have been provided members of this body are available on the town's website unless otherwise noted, and the public is encouraged to follow along using the posted agenda unless the chair notes otherwise. Before we get to the first item of the agenda, permit us to go through some ground rules for the effective and clear conduct of our business and to ensure accurate meeting minutes. The chair will introduce each speaker on the agenda. After they conclude their remarks, the chair will go down the line of members, inviting each by name to provide any comment, questions, or motions. Please hold until your name is called. And further, please remember to mute your phone or computer when you're not speaking. Also, remember to speak clearly and in a way that helps generate accurate minutes. For any response, please wait until the chair yields the floor and state your name before speaking. If members wish to engage in conversation with other members, please do so through the chair. And for the public comment, before I have the members of the board speak, I'll afford public comment to those members of the public who would like to participate using Zoom. Those who wish to do so would speak their name, state their names for the record and be acknowledged by and speak through the chair. Finally, each vote taken tonight will be done via roll call. Thank you. Okay. So Kadeem or anyone from the staff, is there anything that I need to do to modify this agenda before I get a motion?
There is indeed. So we will not be reviewing signs today as there was not a quorum at their meeting. We're going to be holding that until Tuesday, January 5th.
Okay, so everybody, all members strike signs from the agenda. Okay, good. Anything else?
Yes, right below signs, 8 Cliff. We're not reviewing that at all. We can strike that from the agenda.
8 Cliff. Okay, the sole new business item of 1123. Good.
That's correct.
Okay.
And then just for anyone in the audience or, who's present, if they are here for 2 Stone Alley or 23 Broad Street, those were not reviewed by HSAB for, they weren't. So if they're here for that, they will not be reviewed today. They will be reviewed at the next meeting or once they're reviewed by the Historic Structures Advisory Board.
Okay, so does that mean they're on the agenda right at the
They are
moment?
on the agenda. They're quite far down. I don't think we'll get there, but I do know that those are some contentious ones that people are, worried
okay,
about. So
so
if they're here,
I guess
we're not
we'll cross
reviewing
that
those
bridge
tonight.
when we get to it, but the bottom line, Kadeem, is that when we do get to it, we will move to have it heard by HSAB.
That's correct.
Okay, so there won't be any discussion. For those of you who are on and interested in either one of those 2 applications, they won't be heard substantively at this meeting until we get word back from HSAB with their comments. Okay. All right, Kadeem, thanks a lot. And now I guess I'm looking for a motion to approve tonight's
Make a motion.
agenda.
To approve the agenda.
Very
Mike.
good, Diane. Thanks much. On that motion, Val.
Aye.
Thank you, Abby.
Aye.
Very good. John.
Mr. Chairman, I have a comment first, please.
Yes, sir.
We're starting this meeting with 118 applications in line. Thank you.
Okay, but are you in favor of the motion to approve tonight's agenda?
Yes.
Very good. Thank you. We have an approved agenda. So let's move right on to the consent portion of our show. And Carrie, you need to recuse, but we have a full board. Is there any, Val needs to, okay, here we go. Val needs to recuse and Carrie needs to recuse. So we're to a 4-person board, which I still think would be fine. Unless any of you think otherwise, I would be looking for a motion from someone other than Val or Carrie to approve the consent agenda.
So move.
All right, so Diana's made that motion. On that motion, Abby.
Aye.
Thank you, Abby. John,
Aye.
Diane on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor, so that motion does carry. 4 in favor. We have consent with conditions. I think everyone can sit on this, the regular board. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Very good. Thank you, Diane. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
John,
Is that consent with conditions?
correct.
Thank you. Yes.
You're in favor. Okay. And Diane on your motion.
Aye.
Very great. And I'm in favor too. All right. And seeing as we're not hearing the one item on new business of 1123, we'll move to old business of 1130. We have an established board on both of these. Do we have Chip?
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, we can. Loud and clear. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, so the board on 34 Easton Street is myself, John, Diane, Val, and Jesse is not with us, but Carrie is. So Carrie, can you sit in?
Yes.
Great. Okay, shall we proceed?
Yes, good evening, everyone. Chip Webster on behalf of the applicant. This is an application for a new dwelling at 34 Easton. You have reviewed it once, and we have revisions today, which are as follows. So from a massing standpoint, there were concerns at the first from the board of the length of the ridge line and also that the shallowness of the pitch. So we've completely revised the design of the roof to be a hip roof with an 8 pitch instead of the extended gable with the 7 pitch. Additionally, we broke up the massing along the sides of the building where it was. You can see it in floor plan. Well, you can see it here. This is good. On this elevation, it was a continuous plane, and now we've broken it into the 2 masses. So there's a jog about halfway back. This elevation also illustrates a change in the organization of the windows. At the first review, the board felt that the windows should have more of a relationship between the first and second floors. So that has also been revised so that you can see that relationship, and it's the same on the opposite side. Those are sort of the substantive ones. There are a number of detailing revisions that were also requested by the board. One was to go from the 2/2 windows to a 2/1 window. If we go back to the street side elevation, one was to remove the brackets that we have on the front posts. Those have been removed. And then it was also suggested to add a chimney mast, which we have also done, and that shows on I believe it's the west elevation. If we go to the west elevation, there we go. We can see we've added the chimney mast along that same side. So those are the revisions that are before you. So I turn over to the board for comments.
Okay. Whoever is controlling the screen, we didn't really spend very much time on the south elevation while we were looking at it. If we could just flip there. And then the first person I would like to hear from is Holly.
I actually, if I might add, I on the south elevation, we did make some revisions here. You can see that the hip roof change is also reflected inside. We also changed the triple doors to double doors. So we've reduced the amount of doors requested on the water side. I want to point that out as well.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Holly, did HSAB review this?
Yes, sir, they did.
Okay, very good.
HSAB took a look at this yesterday. Just for the record, just wanted to mention that this structure is replacing the old Sewer Johnson house from the 1960s that you all allowed to be a demo move. So this is an infill within the old historic district. And I want to also notate that this should follow your adopted resilient Nantucket as an Nantucket in mind. HSAB took a look at this yesterday, and they said that the proposed revisions to this design are insufficient in scope to correct the major issues presented in the original application. This is still a massive 2-story lot line to lot line boxy structure, completely lacking any character. Designer needs to listen to the HDC's previous comments and rethink the entire approach rather than try to revise small details. Also, HSAB respectfully requests to see any further revisions. I did want to concur with HSAB. It is still lot line to lot line, and they should refer to the existing dwelling or dwellings in the area for scale. That was mentioned at the last hearing. And I also just wanted to mention it, at first it was kind of unclear to figure out the changes with the drawings that are submitted. Sorry. I appreciate the porch post change and the front door and the hip roof. However, again, the scale is very large. And I did notate that the application did include some references to some structures within the area. And I would also request that those are looked at, those historical styles are looked at for reference. Those are the comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Holly. Who would like to begin discussion on this application?
I will.
Thank you, Val.
Sure. I went by today just to drive up and down the street and sort of refresh in my memory where this was going. And while I appreciate the change in the roof style, I do agree with HSAB. And as I was looking at this, what occurred to me is that all of the roof planes are at the same exact height. So I think that's working against you, Chip. I think you need to pick a main mass and then build off of that, but at a lower height. For instance, your new south north elevation. I think you could identify the hip section with the dormer facing as maybe a main mass and then drop the back piece down somehow. So it looks more like it was additive massing. I think that's what's lacking. As I looked at the structures down there, yes, they're all big, but there's a lot of little carbuncles on the sides of them. There's little additive massing here and there and a lot of 1-story little funky elements, which I think this is lacking still. I appreciate the regularization of the windows. That was a good move. So let's see what else. And I do think that still the south side, which is the water side, I appreciate the attempt to reduce the fenestration by eliminating a door in each set of doors and windows, but I do think that as well needs to be looked at to not be so uniform. It still is more like the White Elephant Hotel because of the systematic pattern there. And I would agree with the lot line to lot line thing. It seems as though there are spaces in between those buildings down there, and that's something to look at as well. That's it, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Val. How about you, Diane?
Yeah, I would like to go. I got
Yes.
a bunch of stuff to say. On the front of the house, the north elevation, I have a question on the 2/1s and then having a glass panel on either side of the door, which is basically putting the two together are wider than the front door. I think they should be smaller, not go all the way down past the cross piece. And I appreciate the the brackets being removed, but that the windows and the doors don't seem to go together. I don't know. I would like to see the east elevation. Okay. The new proposal, which I take is the lower one, the windows, you have 4 mulled windows on a full exposure there. They should be separated. There's no reason to put them like that, make it look as if it's, I don't know, the old rocket ship type of thing. And the double porches that you pick up on the left, I don't think you'll see, at least not to my knowledge down there, that there are porches on both things that are a copy of one another. It's just, to me, not typical of Eastern Street in that location. The west, I don't have any problem with. So we've done the north, the south, and the east. I think it's, as has been mentioned by both Val and Hashab, that it goes lot to lot line, and also there's no additive massing. It's one big clunk house. And it needs to have additive massing. It needs to fit in with the other houses somewhat down there. And I still question the 2/1s window and fitting in there. I would truly like to see this you've got enough room front and back to do something or make the house smaller in some respects and drop it down. So it isn't just one big rectangle with porches coming out the sides, but no big thing, Chip. It's just that I think this particular house is a very good house, but somewhere else than Easton Street. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Carrie, you ready?
Yeah, I don't have much else to add. I agree with the others. I do appreciate changing the roof up to the hip, but I don't think it's changed much in terms of the building reading like a monolith. And I think that's the biggest issue at the moment.
Okay. So breaking it up more.
Yeah, I agree with the rest, everybody else.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Carrie. John,
Yes, thank you. Could we go up 3 notches, please? Okay, could we bring it down a little bit, the whole structure down right there? Okay, all right, that's a chimney with two floors in it. Up. Chimney from
John,
the
a
gable.
chimney with what, John?
It doesn't show the chimney from the gable ends. Go through there.
It does on the other elevation. So this is the west, so you would see it on the north and the south as well, from the side, if that's what you mean.
I can see one, but I can't see the others, you know?
Look, there's only one chimney.
You're just not drawn in. Okay. The front door is fine. Everything else looks nice. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, John. So it's down to me. I guess I'll start with the south elevation. I mean, mainly what I'm going to say is that I agree with everything that HSAB and my fellow board members have already said, but just to reiterate, I feel like this is very, very large and imposing. The little building that came down looked very much like a little motel, and I believe at one point it may actually have been a motel, but it was a single story, almost invisible motel as seen from either the water or from Easton Street. And now we have the south elevation of this that has these individual French door plus flanking window configurations. So it would appear that this is like 6 motel rooms or hotel rooms. So we have a 2-story version of the hotel. I think it's very monolithic. I think it needs more detail and more charm. So completely agree with all the comments that HSAB made. And once again, the comments that my board members have made. So that's all I have to say. Should we move for some revisions here? And whoever makes that motion should also include a trip back to HSAB.
I make the motion that's whole for revision and it be sent back to HSAB before it comes back to us.
Sounds good, Diane. Thank you very much. So on Diane's motion, Val?
Aye.
Okay, great. Carrie?
Aye.
John?
Repeat the motion, please.
Motion is to hold for revisions.
Thank you. Yes.
Yin, okay, good. And Diane on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor too. Motion carries. Okay, so that's item number 1 on old business. And now we're going to move over to 26 Washington Street. And interestingly, it is the same board. Carrie was officially on this one at the beginning, so same board.
All right, good evening, everyone. Chip again, representing 26 Washington Street. If we go to, we start with the west elevation, which would be the street side. And this is probably a good page to start with. So as a reminder, this is an application for revisions to an existing approval. So the And also, as a reminder, this is a velocity flood zone. So the floor level height of the first floor is driven by the floodplain requirements, which was the case originally and is still the case. So at the first viewing, the board had a number of requests. One was to put the Widow's Walk back on the main mass. We had proposed to move it to a secondary mass. Also, as you can see, we had proposed to move the entry to the side of the building. The board wanted the entry to come back to the street side, which it now is. And the other element was taking out some of the detail. We simplified the detail on the main mass and basically removed all the detail on the secondary masses. So at this point, I think what really the changes are from our existing approval. The primary change is proposing changing what was a gable forward primary mass to rotating that ridge so that it's an eave forward. And again, if we compared this proposed west elevation with our current approval, I personally feel that by spinning it, it removes some of the verticality that is inherent to the design because it has to be up so high. So I would still propose that switching that ridge helps mitigate some of the height. And that's really what the other change is. By making the primary mass a little wider, it now makes the secondary mass more subservient. And in our existing approval, the width of the main mass and the width of the secondary mass are substantively equal. This makes it more like a 60-40. So I think by bringing those elements, the Widow's Walk, the entry, and changing the detailing back, we're really just down to requesting that rotation of that main ridge line.
Okay, thanks. Hey, who is actually in control of the screen?
Right now it is me.
Okay, Kadeem, while Holly is giving us her review and HAB's review, could you go through the other elevations?
Happily.
Thank you. And Holly, it's to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So first, I wanted to mention that this is replacing an existing circa 1950 colonial revival. As you all are aware, that's still, I believe, pending with the commission for a demo move. I also wanted to mention that although, yes, there is a previously approved HDC COA for this site, it has expired. I know the commission is very pretty proactive, I guess, in not going away from a previous approval from a previous board. However, we do also have new design guidelines for Resilient Nantucket that have been implemented since that time frame. So on that note, this structure would need to comply with Resilient Nantucket Chapter 11 for infill, which meets the flooding regulations, but it does talk about the height. As far as HSAB's comments go, they looked at this yesterday, December 20th. While not part of this application, it should be noted that the existing building, which is requested to be demolished, appears on the 1923 Sanborn map. It was originally closer to the street before it was moved back to provide a parking area in front. The very formal Greek revival detailing on the front of this building is not in character with the historic character of the waterfront or this end of town. It should have a simpler, more Quaker-like detailing. Simplifying the front fascia will allow the plate to be lowered, reducing the overall height. Despite the HDC's earlier comments about massing, no attempt has been made to create appropriate additive massing to the rear. The plate heights of the back wings should be considerably lower than the front, using dormers to scale down the massing. The harbor-facing elevation should have some variation in the deck design and fenestration rather than simply repeating the same on both floors. 4-panel sliding doors are inappropriate and should be changed to door-window combos. The front stair should not be one contiguous length. but should be broken up somehow. While this would be unusual for a front stair design, so is a building with the first floor 9 feet above grade. We are going to have to get used to seeing buildings elevated to an uncomfortable height, and we should address how to handle those extremely long stairs. The roof walk just adds to the height of the structure and should be removed. And respectfully, HSAB has requested to see revisions back, should the commission be so inclined. On the note of the height, again, it would first, I wanted to bring up staff's comments as far as it would be helpful to have a site plan that provides the location of the existing structure that is still pending through the commission, as well as the site layout for this proposed structure to understand that the site layout context. Also, I wanted to respectfully request what is the proposed BFE and the DFE. Also, with the resilient Nantucket design guidelines that have been adopted, a streetscape context should be provided to understand what is important. Also, within resilient Nantucket, a low elevation of 4 foot or less is a recommendation, regardless of the previous COA, as previously mentioned. Again, it would be helpful to make sure that this structure does comply with those previously approved design guidelines. On the merit of the facade, I do agree that the proposed facade is actually, with the ridge facing the street, is actually more in keeping with structures within this area versus the gable end that was previously approved in the original approval. All of those are HSAB and staff's comments for your consideration. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Holly.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Was that you, Diane?
Yeah,
You want to go?
I would like to see a site plan of where it is. I want to see bigger, how it's set in the piece of land and what trees are around there, because there is a town tree in the front and I don't see it mentioned anywhere. It's a
Mr.
large-
Chair, could I
No,
clarify that a little?
Yeah, let's let Diane finish.
Okay, cool.
Go
anyway,
ahead, Diane.
I was on the previous
Mhm.
subject quite a long time ago. And the reasons we did what we did and all the rest of the stuff, it is tucked back there. It needs to stay tucked back. All the stuff around it is small. It's not in an area that we sit and say, I'm the biggest house on the street. The roof walk should go. It's if you had the previous submission, which I just saw going by,
Mhm.
it shows it as a more approvable, simpler house. I'd like to know exactly whether it has to be raised 9 feet or that's the way it's going at the moment. On the west elevation, the rocket ship on the right, the windows have to be either there should be 3 on the first floor, or they should be separated more. The rocket effect does not make the house look any smaller. And it has room going down towards the beach. The beach comes up somewhat, but it has the most land right there on the corner. It could be reduced with some additive massing, which all the houses that are still on that street and haven't been moved had. And you've got a shot for it. It should fit into the area where it's going. I think the windows that are going out to the beach, I agree with Hashab that there are too many of them. And if Johnny was around to measure the porch, I'd like to think that perhaps there's too much porch. Actually, the copy, it looks like the back of a hotel in somewhere else in here.
Mm.
So that's, at the moment, that's what I got to say. It needs to fit in with what's around it.
Mr. Chair, this is just the demo move off if you guys need it. I don't know how helpful it'll be, but we do have it available.
Well, we're not looking at it right now. This is. the-
No, we're not. We were talking about the site plan for that one. So I was just showing you that we do
Yeah.
have the site plan for, what was there. If you guys want to
Oh,
look at
and
that.
to Diane's point, there is a tree, actually, at least one tree. It looks like it sits right on the line there.
It's a town tree, both of them.
Yeah, there's one right up close to the, okay, noted. Yep. Okay, thank you for that. Carrie, are you ready?
Sure.
Great, thank you.
I understand what you're saying, Chip, about the eve forward, but I tend to disagree in this case. I think the formal nature of this building, a fancy 4-bay, big roof walk. I think you can't get away from the fact that you have to be 9 feet high. And I think this particular style seems just so incongruous with raising it up 9 feet that this is a really tough one. And I think the previous approval is a lot simpler and more appropriate in my mind. On the rear elevator, I don't think we'll see the sides very much, but I do think the fact that it's telescoping back but not dropping at all is really hard to grasp in this location because it is a tucked in little location at the corner of the harbor, so to speak. And it's like this massive formal building on stilts. I think the rear elevation, again, you're in a tough position because you've got double decks and it's 9 feet off the ground. So it reads as a second floor deck and a third floor deck. And that also is really hard to grasp with no relief in the fenestration in terms of it's the same. It's a double decker, I don't know, big glass wall. And I think the nature of the second floor deck, but that's at third floor level, is really hard to, deal with right on the harbor like this. I agree with HSAB on all their other comments. And I think with a lot of massing, playing with the different masses, you'll be able to figure out a different stair that doesn't read as one long, I don't know, escalator to the sky.
One line. Yeah,
I think that's it.
okay. Thank you, Carrie. Val?
I don't really have anything else to add. I know we went through that process of resilient Nantucket, but I don't think that the end solutions were something that we really sussed out in as far as giving you options of how to handle this huge amount of space. It'd be nice if it could tier somehow, with a planter and then go up to another level or something. There's just to me, the worst part of this is there's no relief from what's underneath the first floor. But I agree with what everyone else has said. Simple is best and in keeping with the area.
Okay, thank you, Val. John?
Yes, sir. I have a question for the
Yes,
the
sir.
architect.
Yep.
To the architect.
Yep.
Why are the different corner boards between I can't see that, west elevation, the front?
Hmm.
You have heavier ones there, and the little setback there, it has a regular 1x5s, I guess they have 1x6. Well, why are they not all the same?
Shall I answer?
Yeah, go
Yeah.
ahead.
Yeah, so that was intended to distinguish the front mass from the secondary masses. That being said, I think there's pretty clear direction from all of the comments on the board that the detailing is too formal. So I think in our next round, we're going to be simplifying it on that main mass, and it probably will be similar on the main and secondary masses.
There
Thank
you
you.
go, John.
Thank you. I'll look forward
Yep.
to it.
Okay.
Anything else to add, John?
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So to the point of the formality, one thing that you have going on is the freeze board, which has resulted in all of your main roofs, not the single dormer roof, but all the main roof pitches are 7 and 12, which is, we all know, is our absolute minimum. But when you place that absolute minimum on top of a building this tall, basically you're barely even going to see any roof on this structure because of its flatness. So I think that the plate needs to drop down. I think that doing so will be better. I think that the pitch that you had on the previous approval, everybody's talking about your previous approval and how much, they prefer that. And I'm one of those people. I think that the roof walk is more discreet on the previous approval. I think now you're looking at the whole length of it. So I basically agree with everything that HSAB said and that all of the other board members have said. So I would make a request of the following. We can move for revisions, but I think that we should also ask for two things as part of that. One is for it to return to HSAB before it comes to us for their review. And the second would be to get information on the floodplain, certification, where those heights are and where the floor level sits with respect to those that are prescribed by FEMA. Can we have a motion?
A motion to hold for a bit, to have it returned to HSAB before it comes back to us,
Okay,
to add the information about the height of the building, what's available to do a building that's already existing, and what absolute rules we have to follow as far as the flooding is concerned.
okay, perfect. Thank you for that, Diane. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
John,
Is that the whole for revision?
yes.
Thank you. Yes, aye.
Okay, very good. Diane, on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor too, so that motion carries. Very good. Okay, thank you, Chip.
All right,
Now
thank
we're
you,
gonna move
everyone.
on
Have
to-
a wonderful holiday and
Thank
catch you later. Thanks.
You too. Okay, now we're going to move along to new business, 33 North Mill. Sophie, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, great. Okay, so new business essentially, unless anyone has a conflict, would be our regular board. So let's move forward with this. Did I say New Mill? If so, I meant North Mill.
Well, it's confusing. It's 33 North Mill, but it's on 7 North Mill.
Oh. Yeah, right. Well, that's the name of the trust. Okay. So it's really 7 North Mill. And, okay. Sophie?
Hi.
Hi.
So you guys have seen this house before. The house is approved. This is an application purely for the window wells that you guys are seeing bubbled in red.
Oh,
It's
okay.
just about window wells. And then there's a window and door change on the side. We're asking to omit a window, and then on the north side to replace a window with a single door. The window wells are being proposed at grade with, structural grates, no fencing around them. They are, from one of the roads where they theoretically could be seen, they're about 100 feet from Mill Street. They're about 200 feet. We do not feel that they will be visible at all. And then we also submitted photographs of window wells in the immediate vicinity, neighbors who have window wells that are highly visible, whereas these, we don't feel that they're visible. And you guys will see it separately, but the application from Atlantic Landscaping, the plan is to have them fully vegetated around the perimeter. So Yeah, they're not visible. And as you guys can see from the topos, the roads also sit much lower than the elevation. These would be sitting at elevation 47, whereas the roads around, people would be sitting, standing anywhere from 4 to 10 feet lower than where these are on the site.
Is that it?
Yes.
Okay, I have a question for you.
Yep.
Can you educate me? What is structural grade snow fencing?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask.
Oh, sorry. No, the structural grates with no fencing. The same grates.
I
Yeah.
got to replace my hearing aid.
No, I heard the same thing.
Structural
I was like,
grades
no
with
fencing.
no fencing. Okay, I
Okay.
thought you said structural grade snow fencing. Like,
It's
what
the
hell
new
is
thing,
that?
guys. No,
Okay.
that's the same grates that you're used to seeing at
Okay,
grade.
good. That's a good answer. That's a really good answer. Okay, so thanks for that. And Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, so HSAB took a look at this yesterday. I will notate we do have a comments from abutters that I believe you all have received, and I'm pretty sure the abutters are in attendance this evening. Remember that this is a contributing lot within the old historic district for an infill dwelling. HSAB's comments on the revisions, window wells, and fenestration. It is difficult to tell how the proposed window wells will affect the existing mature trees without seeing the entire project on a cohesive plan. This should be held for review to track with the other applications and the existing trees clearly marked to show which are being removed. The proposed 15 light door should be changed to a 12 light with a lower panel. While not part of this application, all of the other 15 light doors should change also. Any outdoor lighting should also be shown. And then, of course, HSAB respectfully requests to see any revisions. I did want to also mention or just comment on wondering if the view of the basement window wells would actually be seen from below, being at least from the perspective of the Pony Farm. Also, there is a possibility that due to the grade proposed that it may not be seen. So maybe a perspective for the commission would be helpful to figure that out. Those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Holly. Okay, so before we get to the board members, it's very likely that there are some people in the queue that would like to speak on this application. If so, could you unmute and announce your name for the record?
Hi, Chairman Pohl. This is Joan
Hi.
Taylor speaking. 16 Mill, I'm back again.
There you are.
You have worked very hard on this, the HDC has, and recently heard the garage studio, the shed, and a comprehensive landscape plan. And the request I have as the abutter at 16 Mill is simply that these are moving pieces on a chessboard, as was decided at the last HDC meeting. And when doors are put in on the north side, I have no objection to the door per se, but I think it benefits all, both for efficiency and sensitivity to the view from the very public lands and public way, if this is considered in the overall context of all the moving parts and the landscape plan. Doorways give way to patios, steps, terraces, removal of trees, et cetera, et cetera. So we respectfully ask that be done by HDC so that you can do your very best to assess the appropriateness and the overall impact on the landscaping.
Okay. Thank you,
Thank
Joan.
you.
Great. Anyone else? Okay.
Can you hear me? Ray, I'm sorry, it's Pat Bileman.
Oh, hi, Pat. Hi.
17 Mill Street.
Yep.
I represent the visual abutters, and I just wanted to echo that I approve what Joan said and also the HSAB comments about this property. I think that when we review this or any other property that has a lot of moving pieces, I think it's important to when you're discussing them in a meeting, have them clustered together so that we can see as a whole how they affect the context of the neighborhood. And just in general, we've said this before as neighbors, that the application is not representative of the simple Quaker open vistas that we are so used to seeing at this area, and especially from the publicly traveled way of Mill Street. But I respectfully submit those comments, and thank you so much for your time and efforts.
Okay, thank you very much, Pat. Okay, so now it's on to the board members.
Ray,
Excuse me.
Oh, I'm sorry, there's someone else. Okay, yes,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Hi, it's John Brazilian, lawyer representing the owners. So I just wanted to say a couple of things, if I could,
Sure.
be brief. That, the house has been approved. I think you know that. The issue on the window wells, I mean, I guess I have some questions on, the statute seems pretty clear on visibility. And I don't know that any of the points that are made in the statute relative to what's permissible and what isn't for the window wells, have been really objected to. I don't see that there is any visibility from, for example, the traveled way, the street, public way, or any of the above. A couple of the abutters have mentioned the trees. I would just add, I don't know if it's come in before, but out of about 32 trees on the site, not that the HDC specifically has that in their sites, but only 6 trees out of 32, which is about 18.75%, have even been touched. And that was on the volition of the owner. So I would think that between Section 2A and Section 5 of the statute, and also the comparables that have been submitted to the board today of all of those houses, 5 Mill, 5 South Mill, 6 Candle House, 7 Angola, 18 Mill, all of those have window wells. The ones that are being proposed here, again, are not to be fenced. They're to be surrounded by landscaping, and they're not visible in any case, according to the studies that have been made by the owner. So I know you folks don't like to do a certificate of non-applicability, but it is in the statute, and I just throw it out there. But I don't see how what they're proposing here, if it's indeed not visible from the places that are mentioned in the statute, I don't really see why it is non-applicable and why the HDC wouldn't just pass it. So thank you for that. And I think, again, it's a question of jurisdiction, as well as, whether or not there's compliance with the statute. And I think they are complying with the statute. And after the approval, this is really pretty much the one remaining thing that I think seems to be sticking. They need the window wells, of course, for egress. So thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, John.
Yep.
Anybody else before I turn it over to the board?
yes, Mr. Chairman.
Well, you are the board, but I'm going to let you go, John.
Yeah.
Go ahead. It's your turn.
Okay. I have a question.
Yep,
We're on new business December 7th. Am I correct?
correct.
Okay. Now, number 1 is 33 North Mill Street.
That is correct, John. Well,
Okay.
no. Okay. Here's the confusion. 33 North Mill Street is the applicant. That's the name of the trust. That's not the location. The location is actually 7 North
Okay.
Mill Street.
I just
Okay.
wondered why it was there.
It's a slightly confusing, but the parcel that we're reviewing is at 7 North Mill Street. Okay.
All right, let me go back to this. Could I see the north elevation, please? South elevation, right there. Okay, now that is south elevation is facing the Cahoon house. The old house is there, the old farmhouse.
Mm,
Yeah,
In
well,
the Mueller house.
The answer is yes. I think you're right, John. Yeah,
Okay, on the right, it says North Mill Street. You just moved it now.
yeah.
Okay.
That's right.
There's a 5 foot, I think, strip down the west elevation, if I'm not wrong, what I saw on the plans. There's a restricted area here. Yeah, vehicle restriction. Okay. Okay, that's what my question was on it. All right, now, we, 7 North Mill Street is over on the other side of this lot, isn't it? Otherwise, you go up to the windmill.
Hey, Kadeem, maybe we should go back to the locust plan. Okay, so John, that very, very strange, irregularly shaped lot in light green, not dark green. Yeah, that right there, the Kadeem or someone is doing a really incredible job of rendering.
Okay.
Thank you. That is the lot. That's the lot right there.
The house is going in that lot, right?
Yes.
Okay, and the west north elevation is facing Mill Street, am I correct? Let me see. Yeah, okay.
No.
The north
Sophie-
elevation faces Mill, the north elevation
Yeah.
faces Mill, and the south elevation sort of angly faces the Mueller house.
Right.
Yes. The house is going on this lot in the middle with the yellow and green.
There we are. Okay. Does that all make sense to you, John?
All right, now show me the plot plan again, please. Right there.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That's good enough. Okay. Now, all right, there's the, okay, I see it there. All right, now on the left of this, all right, there's a right of way coming down there, or what is that all the way around the lot? Width?
Those are
That's just
the
me showing the
setback
setbacks.
lines, John.
Yeah, okay, right there, yeah, that's a, no vehicle, right? It did say no vehicle, right up here on where it ties into Mill Street. I just want to make sure it's in the right spot, you know, these two addresses are confusing.
It's just a little walking path that
Mr.
brings you
Chairman.
out, that brings you to Mill Street from the primary area of the lot. That's it.
Right. And you can't have vehicular access on there,
Correct.
just pedestrian. Thank you. Okay, John, so what's actually under review is the window wells and slight modifications to the windows and doors above, very slight.
The only one, what side has that 15 light door? Just on one of the side, left or right of the front. Right there it is, right there.
There's a few of them.
Oh, two, there's another one too.
That's
Yeah,
the
okay.
east elevation, yeah. Two on the east.
Yeah, okay. And where is the front door? Please.
Right there.
There it is. Okay, yeah, all right. And the meeting rails are fine. Okay, that's fine. Thank you for the time.
Okay, John, thanks. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thank you, Val. Go ahead.
With regard to this application, what they're asking for, I have no concerns with.
Okay, thank you. Abby,
Let me see. Okay. So on the panel on those French doors, I think they should have a panel at the bottom. I think they would make them a little bit, it's a nicely designed house. I think it fits, but I think it would look more historic and in place if it had a panel on the bottom. I think 1 or 2 window wells are fine, but you know, in scale, I think these seem sort of on the large side. When you look back at the examples that were given, these look awfully large, especially the one, I'm trying to get my cardinal points now. It's the one that faces down the hill. I think that's awfully large.
large as in
Yes.
deep or large off
Wide.
wide?
Because you know what happens when you put on all the lights in the basement, it's like a rocket ship taking off at night. So I think the scale should be rethought.
Okay, so it sounds to me like, if I were to paraphrase what you're saying, the one that has 3 windows in it currently, like if it had 2 windows in it, like that.
Yeah,
In
or
other
just,
words, less wide, because these are egress. These are here for egress.
yeah, but you don't need 3 and you don't, I
Well,
think,
I'm agreeing with you.
oh,
You
okay.
don't need 3 for egress.
That's
But
what
I'm sort of like trying to address your concern, that's all. And by the way, the panel thing is essentially what HSAB had in their recommendations, which was rather than have 15 panel doors to have 12 panel doors, which would imply a panel, a fixed panel down at the bottom.
And that would bring it right up to the top of the windows there. It'd look nice. Just about.
Oh, yeah, I see. Yes, exactly. Right. Yes. Is that it, Abby?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Diane? Diane?
I I agree with Abby on making the panel on the bottom of those doors. And we listened to the fact that these were windows to get out of in the case of an emergency. I don't think you need 5 windows on the same side of the house unless you have a lot of people living in the basement. I think there's too many. Have 2 and I guess you could do 2 on the other side, but that is a lot. That's a light that comes off those things because people obviously are going to be there. Otherwise you wouldn't have them. It lights up the whole side of that house. That takes up at least more than half of the whole house on that elevation. And the other thing, have I lost my mind, or was there not a garage?
Well, there is a pending garage application and a shed. And
Okay.
Remember, that's the one about, we were debating about what the right location for each one of those
Yeah, that's
accessory
why,
buildings was.
that's why I was surprised not to see at least a drawing of the footprint on the application, because we will be considering it with what's going on. So that's my only thing.
Okay. So Jay and Sophie, what do you think about the idea? And I'm just sort of pulling this out of a hat, of going to 2 windows rather than 3 in that 1 bedroom.
As the owner, I'm fine with that, to keep it brief. If I can speak about other things later, I will, but I'm fine with that.
Other things relating to the application in front of us, or?
Having to do with the trees. If the trees come back up during this application, or
I
talking about them.
don't think they will on this application, but we realize that the trees are sort of another issue that's relating more to the location of your accessory buildings, Jay.
Yes, I just haven't had a chance to speak about them yet. I don't need to speak about them now. Let's keep this on track.
Okay, because I think this could be relatively simple. I think we might be able to get this approved if we went from the triple window to a double window that was scaled. The well would be scaled the same size as the double next to it. And by the way, Diane,
Yes.
I'm not looking at the floor plan right now, but I'm guessing that those windows are in 2 separate bedrooms, not all in 1 big bedroom. So
Okay.
each one of them would require egress, in other words.
Okay.
So, and Jay, you can just nod. I'm sure that you're okay with the idea of going with 12 lights with a panel down at the bottom rather than 15?
100%. That's fine.
Okay, thank you. So I think that motion might pass if somebody wants to give it a try.
You want me to try?
Yeah, go
doing
ahead. Yep.
Through staff, the reduction of the 3 window basement being reduced to 2, that the 15 panel glass doors will be 12 with a panel on the bottom.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody decided whether they wanted a door or a window. on the place where there's a bubble. The window has gone, so that's what we're going with. So that should cover it.
Yeah, I believe it does. So the two things through staff would be to change from a triple window on the west elevation cellarway, and for all of the French doors to be 12 lights with a kick panel underneath as opposed to the 15 that are shown on the elevations currently. That's Diane's motion. And on Diane's motion, Val.
Aye.
Very good. Abby.
Aye.
Great. John.
Aye.
Thank you. Diane, on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor too. Motion carries. Okay, thanks, Jay.
you.
Thanks, Sophie. We'll
Thank
see
you,
you
guys.
later. Have a nice holiday.
Thank you. You
I'll
too.
see you later in the meeting. Okay, so now we're at Structures Unlimited. Is Nancy, our dear friend Nancy, on board?
Nancy may not be around, Mr. Chairman, and this might just be another one that was not available when I was approving or when I was looking at consent items, so it could be simple. So let's just.
Oh, let's just check it. Let's check it out. If it looks like it's going
It
to be.
is simple.
Up. Well, this looks like one we just approved.
The only
Yes.
thing is the height. Is it 15 or 18?
15.
Okay. Okay.
The width is 18.
Yeah, this is it.
Okay, so site plan, it looks like it's going to be pretty well concealed.
Yeah, because it says
Okay,
11 feet wide.
Yeah.
And
Okay,
that is the max height on an exempt shed.
this is of course the regular board. And does anybody have any objections to this proposal? If so,
No,
we can discuss it, but otherwise I think we might be able to just move
Make
this
a,
through.
make a motion to approve.
Sounds good. Thank you, Diane. On that motion, Val,
aye.
Abby.
Oh, I did want to make it a little bit wider, but I'll go along with the crew.
Oh, okay. Thanks. You're good. John,
Aye.
thank you. And Diane, on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor too. Motion carries. Okay, so I believe Lisa's on board, I think. You there, Lisa?
I'm here.
Okay. Abby,
Yes, sir, I'm right here.
how you feeling?
I'm okay, I'm hanging in.
You okay? Can you chair this?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to mute. I'll see you guys a little later.
Hey, everybody.
Hey there.
Aye.
Aye, Lisa.
Hi, John.
This went to a view, is that
You-
correct?
Alicia, you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. It went to a view and it also went to 8SAB. This is a new house being built on what is currently an empty lot on the corner of Willard and Hulbert. The lot is substantial in size. It's actually subdividable into 4 lots, which, at this point, we are not planning on subdividing into 4 lots. I think there's some thought about subdividing a second lot, but really the construction at this point is going to be to the northerly side of the lot, and the rest of it's going to be left vacant. And so I submitted some photos. You guys know the context of Hulbert Avenue. It has a lot of large houses. It is, the interesting part about this house is it's on the, I don't want to say the wrong side of Hulbert Avenue, but the non-water side of Hulbert Avenue, yet it affords a nice view like the waterside houses because of a way and a wetland that are between 2 structures that are across the street. You can see it on the GIS map. There is a way, and then there's a wetland that prohibits any construction sort of, right there. So the view is a critical part of this design. The building is 32 feet 6 inches tall. It is required to be at elevation 10. And the average grade around the building appears to be at around elevation 5 from the data we have so far.
So that puts the ridge 27 feet 6 inches from the floodplain. I'm not sure if there's much more that I can add at this point.
Lisa, are you able to just forward me those photos again? I'm not able to find them. I just got
Tam-
it pulled up while the
did
board
Ta-
looks at some. Oh,
Did Tammy send them? Let me pull them up. No, that was, sorry, Kadeem, that was for the photos of the context, you mean?
yes.
Ooh, let me see if I can find them. Okay,
No problem if you can. The board can look at the elevations in the meantime. I just wanted, if you can.
yeah, let me find them.
And we could hear from HSAB in the meantime.
Perfect.
Okay, here, I
Yes.
found them, Kadeem, I'll send them right now, but go ahead, Holly.
Thank you. Madam Chair, the HSAB did take a look at this yesterday. They do have a bit of comment, so I will read them into the record for you all. It would be very helpful to see the driveway and other future structures while reviewing this building. The gambrel roof lines and general massing are appropriate for the area. However, this building stretches 82 feet long along Holbert Ave, which is considerably larger than any other building in the vicinity. It is lot line to lot line and as close to Holbert as possible. Most of the neighboring houses are set back much farther. In terms of additive massing, the volume is well broken up into smaller sections, but the height variation is fairly minimal. It would be preferable to see the additive masses on the sides and back much lower. A big concern is that the back of this house faces Holbert Ave and the front faces the lot interior, completely hiding the front door. The front door should face Holbert. There is too much glass and decking facing Holbert Ave on both floors. The 4 triple window units should be reduced to doubles, and an attempt should be made to not make it so repetitive floor to floor. The second floor wraparound deck overwhelms the roof planes that is cut into and should be scaled back in size and disconnected from each other. The east elevation gable is uncomfortably narrow. The front door on the south elevation has too much glass. The gable end windows add to the height and should be eliminated. The chimney should be in the main mass. Overall, this building is too massive for this neighborhood. It should be reduced in height and length and reduce much of the glazing and decks facing Holbert. And it should be sited further away from Holbert, enough to create a convincing front yard approach from the street. In addition, should the commission be so inclined to request revisions, HSAB respectfully requests to see those revisions further. I did just want to notate to the commission that this is a nice and appreciate the style that's proposed with the gambrel. Obviously, that part, the architecture itself is compliant with Brant Point and its evolution of Brant Point. I just also want to notate for the record that this structure being within the floodplain will have to comply with Resilient Nantucket Chapter 11. So just want to notate that. Those are the comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly.
You, Holly. Kadeem,
Yes,
Tammy
Lisa.
should have sent you some drawings that were supposed to be the ones that were heard at HSAB, but I'm not sure if they were.
These are not the ones. We did have new drawings. Lisa, I was not the one to set this all up, so I'm not certain what was viewed, but I do have what Tammy sent in. Give me 1 second.
Okay. Yeah, I don't remember what was viewed at HSAB. I can't remember which ones they viewed. But what I
One
did do
moment.
is I
I'll have
think
those ready.
Val had asked for, somebody had asked for the flood elevation markings, and that is on the new set of elevations. And I didn't think I saw them on what you were just showing us.
Give me 1 second. She definitely has them in here. Tammy.
Okay.
We did receive them.
Yep. So here are
And
the
I think
new
that-
plans.
Yeah, and then there was a new site plan sent today that did show the driveway and the potential garage.
I sent today. Lisa, give me one
Yeah.
moment. So you'll just have to let me know where you want me to go with the photos, the elevations, and Holly's getting the new stuff from today. I don't know where anyone.
Well,
wants to go.
I'll defer to the board. I mean, I think the board is pretty comfortable with, or pretty familiar with the context. But I did take a lot of pictures along the beach on Easton Street, as well as some photos of buildings in the area that are, just to look at the height, that there are larger, tall buildings in the neighborhood, buildings with lots of glass, significant structures. But if I don't want to waste the board's time, if they feel like they're familiar with the context.
I think we're all familiar. I
Yeah.
think we'll give it a go.
Yeah,
Val, did I just hear you say something? Would you like to?
sure,
say-
I'll go. I did go down there and walk around and look, and I think I agree with what HSAB has said. It's not the overall massing of this house, because there are large houses there. It's the proximity to Hulbert. It's kind of looming on that corner, and that, unfortunately for you, the side that faces the water should be across the street. It's just a real overabundance of glass and decking right there on the street. I almost wish the house was flipped, and I know that wouldn't make sense for views, but and then I didn't have a site plan that had a driveway, so I couldn't tell. I kind of figured it out after a while.
Yeah.
The front door was going to be facing into the interior of the site. So I don't have much to add, except I would like to see some reduction in the glazing, maybe make the door facing Hulbert more of a front door, less walls of glass, and maybe a little more up and down additive massing. But in terms of the overall size of it, it is pretty significant with the other buildings there. I think it's just its proximity to the street. It should get pushed back if it's going to stay the way it is.
Yeah.
I'll go
Okay, thank
after
you, Diane.
Cindy.
You finished, Val?
Yeah.
Okay. Diane,
I'm the north elevation is the front door. And the three windows on either side of the front door. Are you going to look at that as the front door?
Well, we wanted to address Holbert, definitely. So I think I was trying to put in an old fashioned sort of wider Dutch door, like you might have seen up on some of the houses on the turn of the century up on Lincoln Circle.
Yeah. I don't
But
mind the door. I know you'll come up with the right door. I do mind the 6 windows, 3 on either side of that. If it's the front door, it should be a little calmer, I think, so that it becomes really truly the front door. That
Okay.
unfortunately, as Val said, that should be across the street on the harbor, and you're stuck because it's on Hulbert.
but it has
and
the view of the harbor. That's
I
the
know, but it
thing of
needs
this
less
spot.
glass.
But it's not the view of the harbor that we're concerned with. It's what the house looks like
I understand.
sitting there. So that's our problem. Is a lot of windows. It's whatever the relative thing of siding to windows, there's too much. And also the other thing that concerned me was this again goes from lot line to lot line. And I really don't see any one story or breaking down of any of it to bring it down or away from the sidelines. This house is going to be seen not only on Albert, but on Willard as you come up. You're looking right at the southwest with no problem. Southwest and north, it's going to be your major view. And so I don't know whether you can put in dropping any of it down to make a few 1 stories or break it up. Kadeem, could I see the site plan again? You've got plenty of room, whether you've got, I know you're saying maybe they'll do this or maybe they won't, but maybe while we have the land there, we can bring in some 1 stories. area, you've got plenty of room, and as you can see, it goes right smack lot line to lot line, and very much so in the front. So I would like to see that, and I would like to have just review the number of windows that are being proposed. I've mentioned the ones on the front, and that should be the front door, definitely. And I like the wings that you've got. And do you have a water, are you having to raise it for water flooding? Is it-
Yes, yeah, right now we're straddling a floodplain. I believe it shows on the site plan in this set.
Yeah, I just want to check and see. So
Yeah.
that's it for now, as far as thing. I just would like to see it work a little better with that lot, because the number of windows are stupendous. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Diane. John,
The north elevation, you got it there, yeah? Could you go up 3 notches, please? And whoever staff, keep it up 3 notches. I getting
John,
confused.
we can't always stay at 3 notches, but I'm there now that you requested it, okay?
You don't have any what?
John, it's here.
Yes, okay, thank you. On the north elevation, that's facing the road, Hubbard Avenue. There's too much glass. Should be less glass and more wood in the Dutch door like that. And I think this south elevation, please. Okay. That's what I want to see there. The drama in the middle. It's okay. Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much, Rick. Thank you.
thank you, John. I guess is it me? I guess it's
Carrie.
I think it's me.
Barry.
Oh, Carrie.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
This is a really good looking house, but the location is so, I don't know what the word is, apparent, that I just, the lot line to lot line thing on that corner so close to Holbert is not typical. And while I agree with everybody's fenestration issues, I'm just wondering if that easternmost, looking at this plan, the easternmost wing can shift around and come to the south, because that would get it off the Willard Street side by quite a bit. And I get the fact that you want to have a view out of every bedroom, but I just think it's too monolithic on the street side. I also think the second floor decks, if you could centralize them and not have them on the whole face of the building, that would help a lot to make it read more typical of the houses that are on Holbert on that side of the street. I think with the gambrel forwards, I think hopefully those could come down a tiny bit so the main mass can read as the main mass, and these secondaries can do the same as secondaries. I think that's it for now. That the north elevation is really the one that stands out, will be very apparent on the street so close. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. I agree with what's been said. The lot line to lot line, the north having too much fenestration. I think some of the gambrels are kind of pinched. Looks a bit like Amsterdam. I think maybe if those could be widened. And it's, again, the people have been saying that, you know, the other side of the house, I guess it's the south, is so charming. And the whole design is charming, Lisa. It's just, it's tight on the lot. I'd like to give it a little more generous space around it to really show how wonderfully designed it is. I do think the south elevation would be great on Hulbert Avenue. But, you know, because you don't want it to look like it's trying to be something else. You want it to just sit gracefully and be a part of the neighborhood. So,
Yeah.
so do I
Okay.
hear, I think we want a couple of revisions.
Yeah.
Motion to hold for some revisions.
Thanks, Val. On Val's motion, Diane.
Madam
Aye.
Chair, HSAB, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, and could whoever makes the motion return it to HSAB.
I'll add that to my motion.
Thanks, Val. Diane,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
myself. Is that it?
And me.
And
on my
Val,
motion.
and Val, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, that.
Okay.
that passed.
Thank you. See you soon.
Okay, thanks, Abby. Robbie Newman, are you on board?
Yes,
Robbie?
it's Chuck Lenhart. I'm
Oh, hey, Chuck. How you
standing
doing?
in for Robert this evening.
That sounds fine with me. Okay, so we're gonna go over to 16 Gladlands for a pool and a partial demo. Chuck, you got the regular board on this one.
Great.
Okay, pool first, I guess?
Yes. The proposal is for a 14 by 40 in-ground pool with an auto cover. It has a bluestone coping around 3 sides with a little larger patio area tucked up against the house. It is in the back of the house and the back of the lot. And there are some photographs that Robert included that shows the pretty limited visibility of the house itself, which would clearly block the pool. Yeah, there's the street and the street view down that driveway. So it's a lot of pines out there, and there's a site elevation that really shows the density of the pine forestry in that area. Yes.
Hey, Chuck? Chuck,
Yes.
can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Well, so the next thing that we have on the same piece of property is a partial demo.
Correct.
Are you going to be taking off a portion of the building that would potentially be screening the pool?
No, the demo, there are 2 components. One is the garage on the front of the building that is right on that photo right now. It would
On
be
the
that
right-hand
garage
side.
element on the right-hand side.
Yeah.
That comes off, and a secondary entry is retained there. So that doesn't screen, it doesn't affect the screening of the pool. And the second element that comes off is on the back of the building, and there is a screened-in porch, which essentially is we're removing all the screening and other elements that make it a screened-in porch, and it is just retained as a porch.
Okay, but the basically the breadth of the building remains the same, the width.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Sorry for that digression. Okay, so the application is for the pool. Did you have anything further to say on the pool before I take it to the board?
No, I think the only other element is there are a couple fences that flank off of the 2 sides of the building, and they are just simple type 1 picket fences to weather.
Okay, so are these existing fences or ones that you're proposing?
I believe they're proposed, although he doesn't have those.
I don't really, okay, wait. Type 2 picket fence, 4 feet. Okay, so he is proposing them.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, thanks. Okay, standard generic type 2 picket, 4 feet. Okay. All right, Chuck, thanks a lot. Who would like to start on this one?
I will.
Thank you, Val.
I know this house. Was this Borelli's? Lou Borelli?
Val, I'm sorry, I don't know it's a new
Okay.
owner. It's a group that bought it, so.
You can't see this backyard from anywhere. And in terms of the fence, this is just an aside. There is a ginormously long length of board and lattice fence along that whole entire street. I don't know who it belongs to, but
On the
there
street,
already. Right on the street. Like,
in front of this house?
no,
No.
on this street though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You're not gonna see it, so it's fine.
Okay, thanks. Diane?
No, I don't think you'll see this in the dog's age.
Okay, all right. Okay, Abby?
I'm good.
All right. John, are you okay with this?
This is for the pool.
Yeah,
I have no problem with it. Thank you.
okay, I think somebody should.
Motion to approve with our caveat. Can't
Okay,
see.
so
you've
Val has
seen
made a
it.
motion to approve that approve the pool will not be visible at the time of inspection or thereafter from a publicly traveled way. That was Val's motion. On the motion, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Diane. Abby.
Aye.
Very good. John.
Aye.
Thank you. Val.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. Okay, let's tackle this, what sounds like to be a pretty benign partial demo of the same house.
There, the site plan shows the two areas that we're proposing to alter.
Yeah,
And-
I would motion to approve this
Yeah,
too.
you're just peeling off the garage and
Yeah.
you're, okay. Remove existing screen and shingle railing below, not visible from a public way. Was that a motion, Val?
Yeah, it was.
Okay. Unless anybody has any objections, or I can hear them when I'm taking your vote on the motion, but Val has made a motion to approve this partial demo of the garage and the screen porch. On that motion, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Abby.
Aye.
Thank you, John.
I have one question.
Yes, sir.
We're looking at the, from the side here, the one you got on there, where they circled on the left. What are you gonna demolish?
Okay, so there's two things with the bubbles. One
Right.
is they have like a 2-bay garage that's attached to the house on the front. They're just getting rid of that. That's the bubble on the top. And then the bubble on the bottom is they're gonna, right now they have a screen porch. They're just gonna open it up. So the porch will remain. They're just getting rid of the screens and stuff.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, so the motion was to approve this, John. You good?
I'm sorry, the motion is what?
The motion is to approve this. Are you okay?
Aye, yes.
All right, great. And Val on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor too. Motion carries. Now I am going to need to recuse from the next application for Chuck. Abby, are you good? Can you handle it?
She-
I'm
Abigail.
here. I was just not here, but now I'm here.
So this is, I'm sure this is a small, it's just for a gate, but I need to recuse. Can you chair it?
Yes, sir.
All right, thanks. I'll mute.
103 Hummock Pond.
That's the land bank.
Robbie,
Chuck?
you can go ahead.
Great.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the land bank property
Oh, Chuck.
on Hummock Pond Road. That was the old Holgate farm that they've acquired. And as you drive by there, there's a metal gate there now that with that metal gate would come down, and in its place is a new wooden gate that's a double gate.
Looks like a no-brainer.
Keep the
Okay.
guy.
Okay, so let's go for it. Carrie, did you say something? If you talk, you have to
I'm-
go.
I'm totally fine with this gate, but I love that little guy. I want him to stay somewhere.
Okay. keep- Change the gate, but keep the guy.
Somewhere.
Val,
I'm with Abby.
Val.
Yes.
Okay, Diane,
Yes.
John,
Is this a 1-unit gate or 2?
Two.
Ooh.
Okay, I just saw it without it. Okay, somebody standing there. I have no objection. Thank you.
do I hear a motion?
Motion.
What about
I'll
the
agree.
guy, the red guy?
To keep, to go as submitted and the red guy included.
Okay, on Val's motion, Diane,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye for the guy.
and Val on your motion.
Aye.
Aye, and me too. Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right. Thanks, Chuck.
Merry Christmas.
Thanks. Same to you. Do we have Matt on board?
We
No,
don't have
Matt.
Matt, but we do have Alex here. So Alex will
Oh,
be
Alex.
representing 7 Massachusetts.
Good evening.
Okay, very good. Alex?
Alex, you can
Yes,
go
so
ahead.
Alex Bagman speaking for Emeritus, representing 7 Massaquet property.
Very good.
So the main dwelling, the landscape, and the pool have been approved already by HDC, and now we're just adding a 2-bay car garage, just a storage structure purely. We're not planning to have any habitable space, at least at this point. So it's located about like 100 feet from the property line from Massaquet
Let's take a
Avenue.
look at it there, Alex.
Yep.
Okay.
So yeah, so just outswing big roof doors, 21 feet tall. That's it. Colors to match the main dwelling, which is white, and the red cedar roof.
Okay.
That's all.
Comments from the board?
Are the doors white? The garage doors?
I believe so.
And I'm trying to see on my computer which way those face.
They're facing like north, yeah, northeast, the driveway.
Yeah, the doors are white, though.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah, they're facing the driveway.
it's a lot of weight, but other than that, I think it's fine.
Okay. Diane?
Well, I don't mind the garage. I think it's good, but maybe they would leave the natural to weather. They
The
have
doors.
They put wooden roof. And the trim is white, so maybe they would give up white doors and have them natural to weather.
I like that idea. Okay, thanks, Diane. Abby?
I'll go either way on the color. I just
Okay.
think, doesn't anybody else think the pent roof looks a little pinched under the trim board there? Under the gate?
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean, I don't really care. It's just, maybe if it went up, how tall is it? It's 21. If it went up like a foot, it would give that a little more room. But anyway, I'm just being.
Well, the other thing that they could do is they could move those brackets a little further in. I don't know. Okay.
Looks a little.
Cut them off at an angle, then if.
Oh,
follow the
you'd
roof.
like do a hip. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
A lot of possibilities there, but that was it, right, Abby?
Yes, sir, I'm done.
Okay, thanks. John?
Aye.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I have no problem. Thank you.
Oh, okay. My own view is that I'd rather not see the white door, so if those could go to natural. And Alex, would it be possible just for the time being, just to do a hipped thing there so that the
Sure, yeah.
two, was that a yes?
Yes, we can do that, and we're gonna also raise the roof. It's
No, we don't need it any higher.
Yeah.
Okay, sure, yeah.
I'm resisting raising any roof on Nantucket more than
Yeah,
it needs
no,
to be.
I got it. We'll do a hip and they keep the doors natural.
Okay, yeah. So does somebody want to make that motion?
I will.
Okay, so Val has made a motion to approve this, keeping the door, the garage doors natural to weather, and to have a hipped pent roof over the doors so that the pent roof does not collide with the rake on the main roof. On that motion, Diane,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Very good. And Val on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor too. Motion carries. Okay, that's that. Now how about our gazebo, Alex?
Yes, again, this is a very simple structure located behind the main dwelling and the garage. Just open on 3 sides, just it has one back wall. Basically, the intent is to provide some shade while, watching kids enjoying the pool. No outdoor kitchen, nothing like that, just.
See, hey, look, it's got a hip roof on it, just like we gave you over at the garage.
Yep.
See?
Are the posts white, Alex?
Yes, trim is white, yes. And again, roof was supposed to be, will be cedar.
Okay. I don't think we'll see it behind the garage, so.
No, I don't think so.
Are we okay with this? Oh, yeah, it is behind the garage, right. Any
I think
I'm
comments?
okay with it.
I believe, Diane, were you about to make a motion?
Yeah, I make a motion to approve as submitted with
Sounds good. Okay.
white and the wood roof. Yep.
Okay, Diane has just made a motion to approve. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
I,
John,
Aye.
Diane on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor too. Motion carries. Okay, that's good for you
Thank you.
guys. And now to 13B, Mary Ann. Anybody here to represent that one?
Yep, I do see the applicant in the chat, and Michelle, you can go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
This is Michelle Whalen.
Mhm. Okay,
So would you like me to describe the project?
yes, please. So we can see where it is behind. Okay,
Yeah, so it is basically putting a deck on the back of our house and putting a greenhouse on top of the deck, which would create a, as you can see, a additional living space, but it would also be a place where we would be able to grow herbs and plants.
okay.
Nice.
Yeah.
Ray?
So the only thing is you're creating a deck. I mean, deck, but it's really the floor of the greenhouse, right?
Yeah, it is the floor of the
Yeah.
greenhouse.
So I mean, really, what this is all about is a greenhouse addition on the back of your house,
Yes.
right? Okay.
Ray?
I think that's pretty straightforward. Anybody want to begin on this one?
I'll
Ray?
begin.
Harry has something to say.
Who's saying, Ray?
As someone who lives about 7 numbers down from her in the exact same design, this will not be visible.
I would concur.
All right. Well, thanks. Thank you for that, Terry. That makes our job a little bit easier. Comments, anybody?
I'll go.
Go ahead.
I think she's very lucky to be able to have room to put a real greenhouse up. And I have no problem with it.
Here, here. Do you want to turn that into a motion, Diane?
I would approve it. Absolutely.
Okay. So Diane, I believe your motion is to approve as submitted. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Diane has made a motion to approve this greenhouse on the back of the house as submitted. On that motion, Val.
Aye.
Thank you, Abby.
I,
John.
I haven't spoken yet.
Well, I know, but there's a motion. So you go ahead. If you have a problem with this, you let us know. Go ahead.
I do. Is this a glass greenhouse?
Yeah, it's a greenhouse, John.
Is it solid green, all glass, like a regular glass house?
Yeah, it's a greenhouse. Yes. No, it is on the back of the house.
Yeah, okay. I'm just wondering, where's the plot plan? Okay.
There it is, right there. So
Okay.
it's far away from Mary Ann.
It probably isn't good. I didn't get out to get to see it. Okay, I'll pass on it. Thank you.
Okay, so John is going to be abstention, and so Diane had made the motion, I believe, right?
Aye.
Okay, and I'm in favor too, so the motion carries 4 in favor, 1 abstention. Very good. Okay, moving right along, we're at 43 Main. Is Brent Young here?
I have to recuse from this if somebody's representing it and you're
Mr.
and you're
Chair, I
looking at
don't
it.
see Brent here, but I do think it might be one that we're able to look at.
All right, let's go for it. So Val, if you need to recuse, why, if it's just a fence?
They're my people.
What?
They're
Oh,
customers
okay.
of mine, so,
Well,
yeah.
maybe you can speak to the application then.
I don't know anything about it.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
All right. So Carrie, can you sit in on this one, please?
I can.
Very good, thanks. Okay, so what do we got? We got a little bit of a fence going on there.
And that's it?
It's Main Street Sconset, so we're going to hear from Sconset Advisory, of course.
Mr. Chair, this it should have been reviewed by Sconset Advisory. It was not. I did take a look at it. There were no really great photos included in the application. What you see before you is actually a shot from Google to give you an idea. That fence, which is a 5-in-1 fence, obviously you all approve those quite a lot, but you're gonna be able to see it. It's right up onto the street.
It seems like it is, yeah.
So there, I did have some concern, and as you can see, you can actually see right through the existing vegetation, which is where it will go right behind it. So not too sure what your all thoughts were, but it does seem a little off compared to other locations within Sconset.
I'm just getting a glimpse of the house, so I'm pretty sure that we all know that house on Main Street.
Yeah, when you take the Y, when you're coming in from town, you take the
Yeah.
Y onto Main Street.
Yes.
It's not too far up. It's not all the way to Bunker Hill. It's on the left. It's on the slope going down towards that Y, that little park they made, I believe.
Okay, I shouldn't speak first, but I mean, is there a lot of precedent for having a 5-in-1 fence on Main Street?
There's no
Wisconsin?
precedence in my brain on it,
Yeah,
but I don't
I'm-
understand why vegetation wouldn't just be
Right.
way to go.
Okay, so can I just,
I would be for a fence along Main Street.
yeah, all right, here's what I would like to do to this one, okay? Because I don't want to turn it down without them even having representation, okay? So I think that what we should do is we should hold this for representation.
I'll make that motion.
Oh, okay, thank you, because it seems like it's somewhat controversial. Okay, so Abby has made a motion to hold this application for representation. On that motion, Diane,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
very good, Carrie,
Aye.
and Abby on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor too, motion carries. Okay, we've got another Nancy.
Yeah, Mr. Chair,
Okay.
Nancy actually said that she was on via cell phone last time. I told her it might be best for us to just review it without her trying to connect with a bad connection. So if you want to just
Yeah.
open this one up, we'll
The other
go at
one
it, see what
seems
happens.
fairly straightforward, so let's see where this goes. Okay. Isn't it funny? All these double street names. So there's a Pochick Street and a Pochick Avenue. Right?
Well, there's.
That's correct.
Pochick, there's a Pochick that we all know about down in Surfside, and then there's this little Pochick here too.
Yeah, the one that goes from like McKinley to.
Yes, right.
Yeah.
That's the cutest street in town.
It
It
is.
goes all the way to the road along the bluff there.
Yeah. Well, I guess it's not called Low Beach, it's called Ocean Ave right up there.
Yeah.
Mhm. Okay, so here are the elevations of it.
So there does seem to be like double, like the north and south elevations seem to be the same. So that could be a mistake.
I think it is.
No, they have to look at the floor plan. There's doors on both sides.
Oh, they want to
Oh,
be able
Val.
to.
Yep, there we go.
Yeah, okay. Do we have Sconset on this one?
No, Mr. Chair, we do not. I do want to notate for your convenience that this is associated with obviously a contributing structure built in 1888 within the old historic district of Sconset. So it is a contributing lot.
Where's the site? Oh, there it is.
Yeah. Okay. So McKinley's on one side and Everett's on the other.
But you go to the last picture, it shows the interior of the lot is all hedged in.
Uh-huh.
I'm
Okay.
not sure we'll see it.
Well, I'm sure you'll see the roof over the hedge, but is that really consequential? Okay. Anybody want to start on this one?
I'll go first if you show me that site again. I just want to see how close it is to, it's more close to Everett, right?
It's obvious, way closer to Everett.
Yeah, I know this house pretty darn well. It used to be Buckingham Palace,
Oh, yeah.
remember?
Yep.
And I don't think it's in an egregious spot. I think it's fine.
I
Okay.
concur.
All right. Well, do one of you want to make a motion?
Motion to approve.
All
But,
right.
I mean,
Abby's
if
ma-
you want to hear from anybody else.
What?
Well, I mean, you want to hear from other people.
Well, as always, if I have a motion and somebody has a concern
Yeah,
on something that's seemingly straightforward, I'll certainly stop and listen to what the concern is. No question.
that's my motion.
But I think this one can be moved. So Abby's made a motion to approve this shed. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
Diane.
Gesundheit.
Thank you.
You there, Diane?
Here I am.
Okay.
Aye.
Okay, thank you, John.
Aye.
Very good. And Abby, on your motion?
Aye.
All right, and the motion carries. Okay. All right. So, hey, Abby,
Yes,
are you feeling okay?
not great, but
Not great.
I thought
Yeah.
I'd give it another half hour and then I'll bail.
Okay. Well, seriously, jump when you feel like you need to jump, but
I don't want to leave you in the
Yeah,
lurch.
don't
Diane,
jump until you review this next one at 40 Easton. So can you chair this?
yes.
Okay. And Lisa, you're on, right?
I'm on.
Okay, very good. I'm going to mute. Bye-bye, everybody.
Bye.
Hi, hopefully Kadeen, did you get the photos from Tammy today?
I'm really not always checking my email, Lisa, so if I don't know.
Sorry,
something's
okay,
coming,
I mean,
not.
I'm happy to share it. She sent them
If you
to
give me a
me.
moment, I can go look for it, but let's do the elevations first, and then we'll get to the photos.
Okay, I just have some old photos from of the building that I wanted to show. So this is an application for renovation to an existing building. The application says new foundation, but that is actually not the case. It actually already sits on a foundation and it has a basement that likely may not be able to survive because you're not supposed to have a basement down here. But in any case, this is a picture of the house from the 1880s. You can see the lines of this building in the current house. It has been changed pretty significantly over the years. I believe it's been in one family for a very long time. So our goal with our renovation was to strip it back a bit. I mean, we're never going to get back to this structure, but we're trying to strip back some of the oddities that had happened over the years to try to bring the house back to that sort of simpler form and more regular fenestration. And then the application also involves as part of one application, the demolition and reconstruction of the garage part of this lot. And it did go to HSAB on Friday as well.
Oh, yeah.
On Monday, excuse me, I'm all confused, on Monday.
Holly,
One of those.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. Yes, this structure is a circa 1893. That's one of my favorite time frames in this country, especially with architecture. And HTAB took a look at it yesterday. They actually thought it was for a new foundation, so I will scratch that from the notes. But they said that it's generally an improvement overall. They said that they would prefer to see the shingle lines on all sides raised to where they normally would be relative to the floor level, and add vertical skirting below. If the structure is not going to be raised or provided with a new foundation, or changing in any elevation, I want to notate that obviously Resilient Nantucket is guidelines are not necessary, but if the structure was going to be modified in elevations, then it would need to be. I did want to mention, I concur with HSAB's comments. I did want to note, though, that the hipped roofs seem to be a characteristic of this particular structure. And it's a shame to lose that on the facade. However, I understand the removal of the one in the middle of the facade. It's kind of odd. But even with the proposed gable forward garage is a little, I guess, losing that characteristic. So those are the comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Good ones.
Yeah, and I just want to, can I just piggyback on that? I mean, I think if you look at the original old building, there really aren't that many hipped roofs on the building. It's really the second floor that has the hipped roof characteristic. And, you know, the garage is see, I mean, everything else is just a box. So I think we did we wanted to pull back to show that hipped roof as a pure, in its purity, as opposed to how it's been changed on the current elevations as the building exists today. Regarding the garage, we felt like the gable actually echoed the gable end of the main mast that is facing the road and historically faced the road in that fashion. And as I said yesterday to HSAB, interestingly enough, the building looks bigger than it is because of the porches. And that, you know, the second floor of that garage is a meaningful amount of space in terms of the programmatic requirements for the building. And I felt like the garage actually, you know, does a good job at mimicking the gable of the house.
Okay,
And that's it.
thank you, Lisa. Who would like to go first?
I will.
Go ahead, Val.
I went by and looked at this today. And I was thinking the same thing about the hip dormer, but now that I've seen the picture that Lisa had, that was the historic picture, I'm actually okay with the simplifying of that facade. In terms of the garage, I think it needs something, maybe a roof in front of it, to sort of mitigate the wall plane. It just seems, I think the two windows together sort of mimic one another, but for me, I'd like to see some kind of a shed roof or some kind of a roof in front of it, just to sort of let you graduate up to the house from the street.
On the north side, Val.
Correct.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
That's all I have.
Thank you, Val. Diane.
I think that will work on the garage. I'd like to see the chimney and are you going to extend over on the left-hand side, the horizontal, vertical board under that window? Are you taking the shingle all the way down?
No, I think based on HSAP comments, we'd certainly raise the skirt board as they suggested.
All right, that
Yeah.
would be
The only place that would not happen would be at the garage wing.
right, but you don't have to raise garages,
Yeah.
right? So that's
Right.
fine.
That's correct.
So I don't have any. I don't have any problem with it. I think I think the original building was very cute, but I think the center part face copies it, and I think it will work out. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. John,
I have no comment. Thank you.
oh, thank you for that. Carrie,
Yeah, I think the changes to the house are great. I love seeing the old photo to show us how it's sort of evolved and how it's taking another step in its evolution. I do agree with Val that the garage should have some sort of low roof on that street side. And that's it.
You know what's interesting is is that wide open underneath?
Yeah, that was before, that's when before people started putting basements or foundation walls around.
Wow. And look at the deck.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah,
more than
we'll wrap
50%.
I love.
I know. And look at the railing, how great the railing was.
I
and-
know.
I love that. I love that. Though it's just a beautiful building. What a wonderful project. Yeah, I was thinking if you could put any more of that character into yours. You've done a great job, Lisa. I think it looks wonderful. Maybe you could add a little bit more of the original character. That front door is just amazing.
Yeah.
I personally I like the old garage, the architecture of the old garage. I think it's more fitting with the historic structure. I think the proposed looks a little modern and sort of like a disconnect. But those are my thoughts.
Would there be a possibility, I'm not, no disrespect to you, Abby, but to get some sort of approval if we put a shed roof mass on the north elevation of the garage?
I don't know. It's such an important building and you've done a great job. I'd really like to get this one right. But that's my opinion. What does anybody else think?
Well, I think that's why I was asking for some sort of roof there, because I think it will kind of harken back to the eave forward and it at a lower height than, mitigates that wall height there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I understand that.
But
Yeah.
do you want to see it, Val?
Mm,
You want to see the redesign or
I personally don't need to, but poll everybody.
okay, here we go.
Sure.
Well, do we have a motion?
Make the motion to approve as submitted.
Okay.
With the shed roof in front of the garage.
Yeah, we can do it with the shed roof in front of the garage. Through
Okay,
stack.
all
Or
right,
is
let's
it
try
ground
it.
cover? Sorry, is it space or is it just a roof? overhang?
I have to look at that, Carrie. I mean,
That's the thing. I think we should see it.
okay.
I hate
It's
to
just,
say
it's just,
it, but
'cause,
because it
you know,
could
the
wrap around to be a hip to
Okay.
over the garage doors, but then that sort of takes away from the front door.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I hate to say
Well,
it, but we gotta see it.
as long as we have good direction that the rest of the building is approvable and we're only focused on
Oh,
that
I think
Yeah, no,
so.
it's
the
just
north
garage.
elevation, then we could continue to develop the rest of the drawings.
Yeah.
Just because, as your timing is limited now, particularly with the holidays. So I'd like to be
But do you
able.
want to have a motion to approve the main building
Motion approved.
and the look at the garage as another thing for revisions?
Well, I don't know if we have to split into two separate applications, Diane, just because they are connected, but as long as the minutes reflect that, that is really the only concern. I think that that's something I'm comfortable proceeding with.
Would you be able to turn it around before Thursday? I think we have a Thursday meeting.
Yes.
Maybe. Yeah, I'll give it, I can try.
Madam Chair, we do have a Thursday meeting and I'm happy to keep it on the agenda.
Oh, terrific. Kadeem, let's try that. Who was
Right.
making that motion? Is that,
I was making the motion trying
Okay.
to cover the things.
okay, can you
So it'll be hold for slight revisions on the,
On the
and apply
garage.
to the Thursday meeting.
Excellent. On Diane's motion, John. We're holding for just a few revisions on the garage. John,
Yes, I'm right here.
are you in favor of Diane's motion?
Yes.
Okay, good. Carrie,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
and myself is an aye.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Abby. Okay, is Ethan there?
Good evening.
Hi, good evening. Is that Ethan or Alistair
Yeah.
Cook?
Uh,
What do you got, Ethan?
Okay, so there's three elements to this. The first two are extremely straightforward. One is replacing a little five-sided window in the gable on the west side with just a little 6-light. The second item is replacing an existing French door with essentially the same door. It's just going to be hinged from the center, also known as patio style. And the third item is in the same location as that door. We're proposing a natural to weather pergola in that little sort of corner of the building. The goal is to make it kind of as light as possible. You'll see that the whole facade of the building, it's not on the drawings, but in the photos, it's covered with a trellis. And the goal of this very lightweight pergola is to allow something to grow on it and provide a little bit of shade on that patio.
So what's the complicated part?
That's the pergola.
It
I guess,
faces the street.
It faces the street. Yeah.
Oh,
If
okay.
it went up,
How deep is it?
it's
Oh, I
only-
see. It's fairly deep. Yeah.
Yeah, it's about the depth of the building. So it's about 8 feet.
Well, it actually is the depth of the building.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Actually, I think we have a dimension string on there.
I get it. Okay. All right. HSAB, right?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
For the record, this is a circa 1796 one and a third quarter story, 5-bay, with a later bracketed doorway and a modern box dormer that was built for originally Benjamin and Sylvanus Folger. And HSAB did take a look at this yesterday. The pergola is inappropriate for the front of the house. They are usually in the back. Possibly change the pergola to a small covered porch. Even though it already exists as a French door, this faces York Street, and it would be more appropriate for the door to become a 12 light with a lower panel with a window next to it, as consistent that you all usually ask for something like this. And I just want to notate that I do concur with HSAB's comments on that a pergola is not appropriate on the facade of a structure. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Holly. Who would like to start?
I will.
Oh, Val beat you to it, John, but you're next. Go ahead, Val.
I really am just going to agree with HSAB on the pergola. And I know that there's a French door there. It would be great if that could somehow be mitigated so that it's not so pronounced. But I think the thing with the pergola is that it's all the way out flush with the building also. So it just really is going to draw attention to itself on that side of the building. That's it.
Okay. Thanks, Val. John.
Yes, I've been waiting for this one. Thank you. Could we go up 3 notches, please, and continue it through the meeting? I'm sorry, I can't see these. I can't read these northeast, south, and west. They're too small. Could you emphasize to the others to bring it up on all of them? Thank you. Where is the pergola?
You mean where is it on the elevation? Okay, whoever blew it up that much did it 5 because now we can't read anything because it's all so huge. Okay.
No, Ray, come on, now it's too large. You only get two
No, no,
windows.
no, that's what I'm saying, John. I'm agreeing. Like, okay, there you go. Okay. So John, the thing that is bubbled in red there, that's the pergola. You can see those really faint lines. That's the pergola. You see it?
Hey, those two doors, those two 15 doors.
Well, okay, so the doors are the second part of it. He wants to change the doors that are French doors to what's called a terrace door. So that's one part of it. But then the second part is, if you look around the French doors, you see these light lines. That's actually the pergola. Oh, and there it is from the side, John. If you look at the west elevation, you see those thin lines?
And this is open?
What?
Okay. But go to your right on this one. Those two 15 light doors,
Yes.
I think they're inappropriate for that area.
Okay. Okay.
Okay,
They're already there.
Well, John is entitled to his opinion. So,
Thank you.
Is that it, John?
And I guess there's nothing else, is there?
Well, there is the pergola issue, which seems to be somewhat controversial.
Yeah, they got them on the other side of the house too.
Yeah, this happens to be on the front of a very old house, so we'll see where it goes.
More glass than wood on that door.
Let's see, Val, I already got you, right? You didn't like the pergola on the front.
Right.
Okay. Abby. Is Abby still with us?
Sorry, I was muted.
Okay.
Is there vegetation on York to obscure this pergola and French door? I know you have a picture of it. Yeah, there's the old one.
Well, that picture certainly.
So this one disguises it a little bit.
The front,
Oh, yeah.
the cover
Yeah.
sheet, there you go.
So right now you're saying there's a set of French doors, but you want to make them sliders on the left there?
No, a terrace door, French doors are hinged at the outer door, so they open in like together. A terrace door is hinged in the middle, and so one door leaps against the other. So you sort of.
Personally, I think it looks too modern for this house. I don't mind the pergola if it's natural to weather and it's going to have wisteria coming down or something. But I think it's too modern approach for this. And you
Okay.
already have one on the other side. So I would keep it simple and go back to something more historic.
Okay. Thank you, Abby. Diane. You there, Diane?
Here I am.
All right, very good.
If we didn't put the pergola on the front, what about putting it on the west side, which you wouldn't see? It does get sun because it's set back enough, and it would give them light in that room, but without putting it on the front of the house, because nobody realizes how old that little house is. It's one of the oldest ones around. So I just wondered if we could do something with it, not put it on the front.
I think the issue for Ethan is that if you look at the site plan,
Yeah.
there isn't any, he's right at the set. You see, the building is like literally on the property line there.
Right,
And so
yeah,
you
right, you're
wouldn't be
right.
able to do
I thought-
anything facing that
No.
direction, no.
No,
Mm-mm.
well, they have to wait then.
Okay, fair enough. Let's see. So we heard from Abby. Did I hear from everybody?
Yeah. Maybe John, did John, oh yeah, John.
No,
said
John already mentioned that he doesn't like.
Carrie. Carrie on?
Well,
this?
no, she's not on it though.
I think
We're all here.
Yeah, so I got everybody. So Ethan, I can see the issue. And you got a lot of different priorities and positions on this. I actually think that it's screened enough. I only object to the fact that it comes out to be flush with the front of the house. The vegetation that's in place, somebody noted that it kind of does screen it, excuse me. So I think maybe a much reduced version of this, or to HSAB's point, maybe do a porch instead of a pergola, which would be more historically appropriate. And then as regards the French doors, I would suggest that whatever you do should have panels at least, because you already do have French doors there. You're just changing the configuration. So I think we need to hold this for some revisions of some kind.
Well, I'll make that motion.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Diane has made a motion to hold this for some revisions. On Diane's motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
very good. And Diane on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor too. Motion carries. Thank you, Ethan. Maybe
Thank
we'll
you all
see.
very much. Have a great holiday.
Okay, thanks. Oh, thanks. You too, Ethan. Okay, Alex, are you on
Yes.
for 22 Pocomo?
Yes, I'm here whenever
Okay,
we're
very
ready.
good. Very good.
Alex, it's ready to go.
Okay, great. So this application is for the pool and the landscape. You guys have approved all three structures, main dwelling, guest house, and the garage already. And now we just wanted to clarify a couple of those retaining walls. We did show them on the original house approval, but we just wanted to make sure that you guys know what's going on. And also the pool. So the pool is located in the back of the house. It's roughly 300 feet away from the Pocomo Road. And the front of the lot is like highly vegetated, so I doubt it will be seen at all. And also we're proposing those retaining walls around east, north, and west in front of the house, because as you can see on the topo lines, the grade is sloping from the back to the front of the lot. So those retaining walls will be made out of field stone with a bluestone cap. And then we have a note saying that maximum exposure would be like 4 feet max, while in reality, it's going to be probably less in most of the areas.
Well,
that's
4 feet is a lot.
4 feet is a lot, yeah.
4 feet is a lot of
basically-
retainage. Okay.
Right. Looking at the topo lines, it's probably going to be 3 at most, but this is what we're proposing.
Okay. So, Alex, can you answer
Yes.
this question for me? Okay, so if I were just looking at this application and not listening to what your narrative just was, the
Okay.
only thing that I would be seeing is the pool. Are you also asking for the retainage?
Correct. Yes, the pool and the retaining walls, along with the driveways.
Okay, so is everybody clear on that? This is not just about a pool, it's about a pool plus retainage.
Oh, hardscape, right, and the driveways and the aprons and the.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
just as the pool is highlighted in red, everything that's being applied for should also be highlighted in red.
That's kind of what I'm getting at. I mean, when we look at something, when we look at all these applications, we go right to what's red and bubbled. And if it's not red and bubbled, then we kind of don't know that you're asking for
I
it.
do apologize. Yeah, I see the confusion. Yes, but
Okay. But I want the board to be clear on what we're approving here, or reviewing, actually. Okay, thank you, Alex. Are you applying for all the hardscape stuff? All of it?
yes, it's full and the hardscape. Correct.
Okay. Everything.
Everything.
All right.
Yes.
But really seriously, not just about a pool. Okay. Go ahead, Diane.
I would go
Yeah.
because I wonder why we have to have on Pocomo Road on that side, why we have to have 4-foot high rock wall with a bluestone cap, which we don't allow, when it looks, if you follow the topo lines, it's only a 2-foot drop from the house down to the, what is it? Down to that wall. That's a very formal wall. And I don't see more topos I've only got two. One says 22, the other says 21 at the beginning of that wall.
I think it's 19 to 22.
Yeah, so the little dashed ones that you see it goes 22, 21. Next one is obviously 20. Then you go to 19, and then there's even an 18 down there at the base of the
Oh,
wall.
well, on mine, it doesn't show. I have no numbers, so I didn't know.
Okay.
They're light, Diane.
Yeah,
They're-
it's very light.
Well, I still think that they are too formal to be out there. And I do believe we have a rule that says no blue stone caps on stone walls.
Okay. All right. Is that it, Diane?
Yeah, I just would like to see some other proposal than a three-sided wall.
Yeah, okay. All right. Who's next?
I can go.
Thank you, Abby.
I think I'm okay with this minus the bluestone cap. And if it looks like it's only 3 feet different from the front of the house to the back or where they want to put it. So I don't think it, and that will vary, of course, because it's going.
It will.
So, and I think the pool is disguised. My only thing would be say to all that vegetation on Pocomo Road should be kept in
Maintained.
place.
All the scrub oak.
Otherwise, the shell drive, the little cobblestones here and there, I'm fine with it.
Okay. Very good. Thank you, Abby. John.
Yes. You still can't read it. They didn't rack it up 3 notches. I'm sorry. I don't like this. The heads are gonna roll on this one.
Yeah.
All right. Now, yeah, I can read that one. Thank you. The 20 by 40, yes, that's a big pool. Where is this spa going?
It's that little square at the end. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, at the end of it. Okay, all right. Okay, that's fine. Okay, those are my comments. I let it ride. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, John. Let's see. Val, did I get you?
Nope. My only concern is how much can be seen from Pocomo Road because it's very formal. And just to point out what is called cobblestone is not cobblestone. It's a Belgian block.
Yeah.
If you blow that up, you can see that. I don't
Yeah.
think that makes a difference, but there's
It
not
does.
typical Belgian block. Yeah. And I agree about the bluestone cap. But the rest of it, I don't think we'll see, so.
Okay. Thank you, Val. And despite all my rhetoric about the height of the wall, et cetera, I do know this site, and I do know that between this house location and Pocomo Road is very, very densely vegetated with, of course, scrub oak. So I think that removing the bluestone cap on the wall would be fine, and the rest is fine. So would somebody care to make a motion on this for us?
Can I just ask you one question before we do?
Of me or of Alex?
Well, you, and then see what he says.
Okay.
I've got seen saying remaining trees or trees to be remaining. I would want to approve it with no trees removed, rather than find that all that stuff in the front is gone.
Well, they're going to have to remove some of them just to get the driveway in. You know,
Pictures
can't-
would help of the
Yeah.
drive of the site.
If I may add, Mr. Chair, so
Yeah.
the intent is to keep it like very private, so we definitely not going to remove any trees that is necessary to remove. We're gonna have to clear
Well, but
driveway.
the reality is you do have to remove some of them to be able
Right,
to
for the
get
driveway,
drive
yeah,
in.
but the rest we intended to keep
Okay.
as many of them as possible.
well, maybe somehow we can roll that into a motion about the vegetation up the front.
You want me to make a motion?
Yeah, let's give it a try.
Motion to approve,
Yeah,
keeping the vegetation on Pocomo Road and removing the bluestone caps. And was there anything else?
I think that's it.
Okay, that's my motion.
Okay, thanks, Abby. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
very good. John,
One quick comment, there are 13 items on this application. It's quite a bit to swallow.
yeah, well, that's an interesting point. So to John's point, Abby, could you alter your motion ever so slightly to say that the application should actually be revised to actually show what we are approving?
Oh, the red lines?
Yeah, well, the red lines and the fact that only part of it is in red and it looks like most of it should be in red.
Yeah,
And that would be a through staff kind of thing.
absolutely.
Okay, all right. So on the revised motion, Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
very good. John,
Aye.
thank you. And Abby on your motion.
I
And I'm in favor too. Motion carries. Thank you, Alex.
Thank you very much.
Okay, now we're gonna go to 28A Pleasant.
Send Abby home.
What did you just say?
I said, let Abby go home. She doesn't sound
Yeah,
good.
seriously, like whenever you feel like you want to
thank you.
say
Abby.
goodnight, please do.
Yeah, I can stay for a few more and then I'll.
All right, okay. All right, so any rep for 28A?
I'm here, Katie.
Oh, there you are, Katie. Oh, look at the dog.
I know. Oh my
Oh,
God.
no, too cute.
She's being very clingy lately.
I motion for approval.
I want to hold him.
All right, so what are we looking at, Katie?
So this went to HSAB last night.
Yeah,
It was so first of all, we have the fence running along the back and then along the neighbor's side on the by the driveway is just all rotted. So it's just, we just want to replace it like kind. It's
okay.
literally fallen over. And then that gate at the head of the driveway is right now it's an arbor, but that's rotted as well. So we're just going to replace it with a type 2 fence. I wanted to do that lattice on top so I could grow some roses, but HSAB did not like that. So I guess I'm just going to do the 4-foot type 2 fence with no lattice.
Okay.
And then it was just relaying the driveway, which was all pitted and it's just a mess, it was draining into the neighbor's yard. So just relaying exactly the same running bond. And then adding an apron. But as HSAB pointed out, we can't do the Belgian block going across the sidewalk. So we agreed to just do it all brick.
Okay.
And change the sidewalk in front of 28 Pleasant to brick as well to match the neighbors, because right now it's just a chunk of asphalt.
Oh, that's good.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, and then there's a little gate next to the stoop just to sort of hide what's going on down the other side of the house.
Oh, yeah, up at the top of the sheet. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'd had the gate by the driveway as natural to weather, but if I'm not doing the lattice, I'd like to paint it white to match the existing fence along the sidewalk and then the gate that's going next to the stoop.
Right. Okay. All right.
Everything else is
Thank
existing.
you, Katie. And now we'll officially hear from HSAB. Holly.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. So this is the house is a infill dwelling that was built within the old historic district circa 1985. So obviously non-contributing. HSAB's comments are as follows. Sidewalk change to brick with running bond across the width of the sidewalk is good. Belgian block apron should be changed to brick and running bond parallel to the street. Driveway brick pattern remains as is. Proposed lattice above fence is inappropriate and should be eliminated. Type 2 picket fence and gate is good without lattice above. And HSAB actually said that they, and I apologize on everybody's behalf, didn't get this sooner, but they basically wanted to allow these changes for us to put on consent. So it sounded like if you all are so inclined, those are that would be their recommendation for those proposed changes. And it sounds like Katie was okay with that.
It certainly sounded that way. Katie, right?
Yeah, I'm fine with all that.
Okay.
I mean, I'm gonna miss the little lattice, but you know, is what it is.
Yeah.
Those are the comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. All right, so it sounds like Katie's willing to accommodate all of the HSAB concerns.
Mr. Chairman, I do have a comment from the public.
Okay.
You want me to go now before you go to a
Yeah,
vote?
I mean, who are you representing?
14, 22, and 51 Pleasant. You cannot change the sidewalk because we want to change the sidewalk. You have to go through all this rigmarole, and Holly knows because she's been trying to advocate for us. It doesn't, the HSAB has no jurisdiction, neither do you, over that sidewalk going to brick. We are trying to make.
Hey, Linda.
I just want her to know that
I appreciate, okay, that's good to hear. That's good to hear. And I don't disagree with you, but it doesn't prohibit us from approving the concept of it going to brick. If Katie needs to talk to some other town agencies to get that to happen, so be it. But at least you can go there and say the HTC would love for you to do this.
We did that with the other three and they have not done it at all. We've been over a year and a half on one of them.
All right.
That's not our concern.
So you're giving Katie a little bit of a cautionary tale, which is fine, but like.
I didn't want to have it conditioned on the sidewalk going to brick, because we can't do that.
Okay, but we can certainly say that the HTC would love to have the sidewalk go to brick, okay? Which it sounds like we're gonna do. So anyway, thank you, Linda, and you're up next anyway. Okay, folks, are we all okay with the idea that Katie will accommodate the HSAB concerns and that they basically think this is approvable if we do so, or if she does?
Yes, I make that motion.
Okay, very good. Holly, were you going to say something? Was that you?
Mr. Chair, yes, to Linda's point, if that's okay, I just want to mention, yes, she's absolutely correct. But I will say this, you know, we all know that there's been changes at DPW. There's been a lot of personnel changes. And, you know, I think that would be something that could be worked out on in the road. I do think it is important to have it on the record, although the condition wouldn't be for you all for this particular aspect of it, if you know, just on the record saying that you all as HDC would be okay with this portion and many other portions for that matter of Pleasant Street to taking up the meconium and put down brick would be something that this commission would be okay with. I do think it would be important to not include it within the condition though for this application, since technically you all don't have jurisdiction within the right of way.
Right.
I just want to mention that.
Understood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Okay. What do we got? Folks, does somebody want a motion on this one?
I'll go.
Thank you, John.
Yeah, I have comments on this. That fence, the regular type 2 fence is okay.
Yeah.
But those things on top of it, those brackets, whatever they are.
Yeah, she's taking the lattice off.
I'm sorry, you're taking it out?
She's going to take the lattice off.
Oh, okay, fine. But
Yeah.
I think that's my only comment right now.
Okay.
It looks awful. There's not another one on this island. Thank you.
Okay. Awful is not a word in the HTC lexicon, I'm pretty sure, but.
You just insulted Dennis Galvin.
Yeah. Okay, so does somebody want to make a motion on this?
I just wanted to comment on
Yeah,
how
go
much
ahead.
hardscaping there is. I'm really glad there's some privet going up the right and that there's some on the left, but if you look at the whole site, there's a lot of, the bluestone patio, bloomstone patio again. I wish there was some more vegetation instead of sort of, and then on the back, if you lower that down a little bit, it's pea stone around the side. But I guess it's just.
No, okay, but unless I'm mistaken, unless we have an application similar to the one that we just reviewed out on Pocomo Road, where half of the things being requested were in red and the other half were in black. Katie, is it fair to say that like everything that's in red is what you're requesting and what we would potentially be approving, right?
Correct. The bluestone patio is existing.
That's
It's
what I mean.
relayed that just right now there's a couple chunks of grass back there, but of course nothing grows because there's no sun.
Right.
And there's a big drainage problem on the side of the house where the pea stone is. So that's why we're changing that. Right now it's got some brick and some mud and it's just a mess.
Just another, while I'm looking at it, that you, in the corner, you have an L, like a sofa or something with the fire pit. That's right on the lot line.
It's not a gas fire pit.
No,
it's just it's a portable electric fire pit.
Yeah, no, I'm just commenting on the fact that the sofa, whatever, is like right on the lot line. I don't.
It's inside their property. It's inside the fence. I mean,
Yeah, and it is a furniture piece.
All right, just checking.
Okay.
Correct.
All right. I'm kind of hoping that we can move this through, I guess, because HSAB is basically giving it the stamp of approval. Given certain, based on the HSAB,
Following the ASAB suggestions.
right, there you go. Okay, so we're approving the HSAB suggestions, that the things that you're going to change based on HSAB comments. Okay, that is your motion, Diane?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. On that motion, Val?
Aye.
Thank you, Abby?
Aye.
Thank you, John?
Aye.
Very good. And Diane on your motion?
Aye.
Great. Motion carries. Thank you, Katie.
awesome. Thanks, guys.
Night, night. Okay, Linda, your turn.
Very simple little cottage out in the middle of the Badlands on Falcon Way or whatever it is called.
Drive.
Falcon Drive.
I keep calling it circle. I keep calling it drive. I keep calling it way. Drive behind me where I live. And it's very small little cottage for Dave Iverson's daughter. There you go.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, tiny little thing.
Yeah, fantastic.
Motion to approve.
Great.
Okay.
Love it. Thanks, Val.
Val likes this so much, she's made a motion right out of the gate
Me
on
too.
that motion.
I liked it right away.
Yeah, okay, good. Me too.
Aye.
Diane, on the
Aye.
motion. Thank you, Abby.
Aye.
Thank you, John.
Aye.
Very good. And Val on your motion.
Aye.
Well, there you go.
Carries.
Just for future reference, because you were probably going to get to it. 38 Prospect, we want to put it over to the beginning of Thursday because we don't have it. We didn't have a chance to
What
see
number is
the
that?
HSAB. That's coming right there, old business. We want to go to the beginning of Thursday because we
Oh,
wanna
the
be able
first
to
one. I see.
respond. We want to respond to HSAB because a lot of those comments are absolutely
Okay,
unfair.
got it. So we'll pass it over.
Okay, can it go to the beginning of Thursday?
Yeah, I think it would anyway.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, okay. Thanks, Linda. Bye. All right, Brooke, are you there?
I am.
Very good.
Share screen.
Love it.
Yes, please.
All right. Let's go to the site plan first and the locus. All All right, North Mill, Angola. This is the property that is to the left as you go up Birdsong Lane, and technically 14 North Mill Street. Here is the site plan. There's we're actually letting the topo be natural around the building, except for in a couple of areas over here. This is all shown as grass. So there's only a little bit of stonework out back and then some retaining along here. The building itself,
Hey, just FYI, Brooke,
yes.
you'll notice that your topo has no actual number designations. So you really can't tell from that.
It does, but it's not showing in the window that I cut out. Hang on a second. There we are.
I
Sorry
mean,
about
I think
that.
we all know which way this site slopes, but
Yeah.
it's not obvious from the drawing.
Yeah, so yes, it slopes very steeply into these lots that front on Angola,
Yes,
which is right
right.
here.
Okay.
So anyway, it's cut and pushed. This is all at the 59 foot elevation. So let me, I'll go back to the front elevation. There is a 1-story or a 2-story mass in the middle, but every other mass is 1 story. And I can, of course, go back to elevations as needed. This is looking north over Angola. So there will probably eventually be some buildings in front of this elevation, but none are there now. And then this is looking from North Mill Street. And then I also have and this is the entire length of North Mill from Prospect to Angola. And just to kind of give you a sense of the topo and how all the buildings will relate to each other. And here are some elevations of what is there and what was approved. Oops, sorry, let me scroll in. All right, so I will go back up to the front elevation. And we can start there.
Okay, a few things to take care of. First, Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So HSAB did take a look at this yesterday. And on the new dwelling, the front windows in the main mass could be taller. The single shutter seems out of place. Is the front porch necessary? The porch detailing seems out of character with the house. Roof pitch porch is too steep, change to a 412. Bracketed side porch is awkward, would prefer a shed or a hipped roof. Rear French doors look too tall. Back porch details seem odd. There should be a large chimney mass near the center of the ridge. Change the sash and door color to Essex green. They are requesting black. And HSAB respectfully requests to see any further revisions back to them. Obviously, this is another infill within a contributing lot within the old historic district. From staff's perspective, I agree with HSAB's comments. Black sash is definitely not appropriate. The French porch and the brackets are not appropriate for a Quaker neighborhood. I wanted to mention or ask about the AC units. They should not be located in the front and not obviously be visible from the road. The rear elevation will face Angola Street. Angola Street was named after the Portuguese West African country because of the people who lived in this area since the 1750s. So obviously we all know that there's some very significant history within our old historic district in this area. And that's per, thank you, Clay Lancaster. And with that, I wanted to mention that it would behoove this application to mitigate that view from Angola looking up with vegetation, specifically looking at those French doors. So those are the comments, Mr. Chair, as well as for the record, you all have received comments from abutters, and I assume they are here this evening. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ray, if the discussion seems to go towards HSAB, I actually have done an Exhibit A that addresses those concerns.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so you're saying the HSAB concerns that we just heard,
Yeah.
you have already addressed, but it's not part of the application that we're looking at.
It
right
is not
now.
because it happened yesterday, and so.
Oh, I know how this works. So, yeah. Okay, well, we'll see how it goes. But before we get there, is there anyone in the queue who would like to speak on this application other than a board member? So I'll hear that now.
Hi, Ray, it's Pat Fileman.
Hi,
And I
Pat.
just wanted to
Hello
thank
again.
you. Hi, how are you? I just wanted to read a letter that was written by Ann Duez, who's the spokesperson for the Mill Street Area Neighborhood Group. She says, "Dear Chair Cole and HCC Commissioners, HSAB reviewed these 3 applications yesterday afternoon. They have offered several comments, most of which appear to be aimed at simplifying the structures. We agree with anything that achieves our goal of new buildings that fit in with our neighborhood of modest Quaker houses. To that end, we agree strongly with the suggestion to eliminate the front porch. Overall, we defer to HSAB on design considerations. We appreciate the fact that the main house, second story, is small relative to the footprint and massing on the north elevation facing the pony field and the Garden of the Sea is broken down into several lower roof forms. There's a disconnect between the site plan and the elevations for the garage. The site plan shows it running west-east, but the elevation labeled north is the east elevation if the locus plan is how the structures are planned to be laid out. We are sorry to see once again a lot line to lot line layout. All the more reason to insist on the greatest simplicity possible to mitigate the visual impact of all these structures. Specimen trees would also help to restore the more wooded hillside feel of this part of the neighborhood. Yours respectfully, Ann Duez, spokesperson, Mill Street Area Neighborhood Group. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thanks, Pat. Did you have anything you wanted to add to that, or that was your statement?
I'm in support of what Ann just wrote.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'm sure. Okay, great. Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Who would like to begin on this application?
I will.
Thank you, Val.
I agree with a lot of what HSAB has said, so I look forward to seeing Brooke's modified version. I think by taking the porch off, you could shift this building toward birdsong and then eliminate the terrace from having exposed stone. You know, it would sort of mitigate that because you'd be pulling it away from the steepest part of the site. And I do have a question for Brooke in terms of the back, which is the north elevation. I see some French doors, but then I see things that look like maybe screens on the porch, and I wasn't clear on that because the rail is kind of low and there
Right.
are no balusters or shingles, so I was curious
Right.
about that.
So the idea there was that these were shingled panels.
Okay.
But you're right, I did not show that.
You mean the bottom portion?
Yeah, that was.
Okay.
And the top would be screens.
The top would be open, yeah, or screened. I mean, we can't screen it because there's a ground cover.
I hear you. I understand.
So maybe eliminating those posts or
So Exhibit A addresses some of these things, but
Maybe
Well,
wait till everybody says something and
Yeah,
then you
yeah,
can
I
like show
think
us
that's
that.
probably the most expeditious thing to do.
Yeah.
So,
So it was that. I do agree with the porch on the side, maybe being a simple shed. And on this building, I think that's all I have right now.
okay, yes, because we will get to the others in a moment.
Yeah.
Thank you, Val. Diane?
Okay, I've seen the north elevation. It's the only one I've got that's up here.
Oh, well, you need to see them all.
Thank you.
There we go.
I agree with Ashab about the single shutter on that window. See no point for it. I would rather see perhaps less windows. That's a lot of windows. 5/4 with a front door. It's heavy for, this is supposed to be a Quaker house. The facade is too heavy. I think I don't know. I'd like to see it. Maybe you can do a 4-bay or something. Maybe other people don't bother. It doesn't bother them. It just seems heavy to me. I see no chimney. Is there a chimney in this building?
Not at the moment, but that was one of the HSAB's comments.
You can't have a house, a Quaker house without some chimney somewhere. Center chimney would be better to balance out the weight of the facade. So could I see another elevation? I see in the north. There, all right, on that east elevation, those windows on the first floor, the number 5 should be separated. And is that a staircase going down the fence?
Yeah, that's a basement stair.
Yeah, I think we have to cover the AC units a little better than that. And so that's the east. Now we can see the west.
We talked about the north.
I think we talked about the north considerably. I didn't see the west. There's the west. I think the west is the least objectionable. That I have. It's a big building. I don't know what the square footage is compared to other houses in the area, square footage, but I would like to see it brought in a little bit so it's not, which we seem to be running a lot tonight, is sideline to sideline. It's fitting into a very historic area that we as the HTC spend a lot of time trying to save what we have. And it would be good if sometimes architects talk to their customers and said, this is one of the most historic still existing downtown of HTC in the old historic district, and see if we could bring it in a little bit. I appreciate the one story that goes off. As I say, I don't know what the square footage comparison is, but I would like to see what I've mentioned. Other people review it. That's
Okay.
it.
All right. Thank you, Diane. Abby?
I like this west elevation too, like Diane. And I do kind of miss a centered chimney, or, a chimney somewhere. Could I see the east for a second? See that window number 6, it's so close to the corner board. I wish.
Oh, that one. Yeah.
It would be nice to pull that off the corner, like you did on the west elevation. I also think if the porch came off, you could make those first floor windows larger, and that would give it some, appropriateness towards an old-fashioned federal home. I think the the north elevation is very confusing, and that's what you're gonna see looking up from Angola before there's another house there. But if we could go to the north for a second, that reads sort of, I would like to see some unity. I don't mind it so much on the west elevation really works, but this is just chaotic. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Abby. John?
Thank you. Can I see the front of the building, please?
There it is, John.
Okay, could we go back to the north elevation, please?
The back. Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is north. Okay, I want west, please.
There you go.
That's it right there. You see on the left, have two cellar windows.
Yes.
All right, come up in the corner to the left here, that little roof sticking out. Right over-
Oh, yeah. Okay, I think in order to understand that little piece of roof, you need to go to the east elevation.
All right, where's that
Okay,
elevation?
there, yeah.
That's
Okay.
it there.
That's
Okay.
a little tail end of a porch that's coming off.
Okay, thank you. That's my only question. Thank you.
Okay, John, thanks. So I'm 100%, let's stay there for a sec. I'm 100% wholeheartedly in favor of removing the porch for a number of reasons. One, I think it's too heavy-handed. I think the detailing of it is also heavy. But it also seems to be kind of like constricting the windows. So I'm imagining what this 5 bay would look like if the porch weren't there. And I think what might want to happen if the porch goes away, which I would encourage you to do, would be that the windows are going to get slightly further apart from one another and not sort of pinched together. So totally in favor of that. And I think it was to Val's point, getting rid of the porch will get rid of another architectural element that will allow you more latitude in the landscape. Yeah, basically I was on board with all of HSAB's comments, the chimney. What else was there? Let's just go around, but I think we've covered everything on this one, honestly.
Yeah,
Could
so
you just do a little circuit there?
May I show Exhibit A just to get a sense? Is it useful or not?
Well, okay, what I'm want to be careful of is we'd essentially be reviewing 2 applications. And if we just do this very briefly, let's give it a try, because we have other applications of yours.
Yep.
So I want to be mindful of other people that are in the queue waiting to be heard. So let's go quickly. Okay, so you still have the porch on that.
Yeah, porch is still here. Sorry, there's a chimney.
Got the chimney, yep. Windows are bigger, right?
The windows are taller. I went with a shallower pitch. You can see it's not as strong on the front. The posts were simplified a little bit.
Slightly, yes.
Slightly. They're not as big. They're not as ornate. And I moved the AC around. So even though it shows on the front, it's actually further back.
Yes.
I couldn't get a shed opening off of this. So it's a hip, but I will show you what it looks like on the side. So again, here's the AC, again, further back, shallower pitch. I could pull the porch in off the street a couple of feet as well. And then the next page, this was the back. Now
more straightforward.
Looks a little bit more like a porch. So that was the big change there. And on the west elevation, I think the only thing noticeable would have been the 4-pitch porch roof and the chimney. And all the number 6 windows that are on the front, I've made them consistent all the way around.
Consistent as in larger.
Yes, taller, yep.
Right. Okay, well, I think it's an improvement, but you may want to just take a lot of what the board just said under advisement as well.
I'll make a
Okay,
motion to hold for revisions.
very good. Thank you very much, Diane. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby.
And HSAB?
Oh, yeah,
Going
so,
back to HSAB.
yeah.
Thank you.
That was your motion, right, Diane?
Yeah,
That it would go back to HSAB.
yeah.
Okay, great. Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
John.
Mr. Chairman, may I comment before you take the motion?
Well, I already did. What's
You're
your
looking at,
comment?
you're looking at the south elevation? Those
Yes, yes.
second floor in the center, those two blinds.
Yeah, no, he's going to do something about that, John.
Okay.
We've already gone over that.
Yeah, okay. John, are you in favor of the motion to hold for revisions and send to HSAB? John,
I'm sorry, what?
are you in favor of the motion to hold for revisions and send back to HSAB?
Yes.
Very good. Diane, on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor too. That motion carries. Okay, second dwelling.
Is Carrie here for me to, if I disagree?
Yeah, well, I think so.
I am.
Okay, good.
Thank you,
Okay.
Carrie.
Sure, feel better,
So,
Ab.
yeah, Abby, rest up. Okay,
Sorry. Sorry, you don't feel well.
yeah. Okay, guest house.
All right. So the idea behind the guest house here is just that it's, it's a contrived narrative. But the idea is that this cottage could have been built in like the 1920s as an infill cottage. We've got crossbucks. It's just some of the maybe little detailing that might distinguish it from that era. It's like a builder's cottage. The HSAB actually seemed to like this, and they really wanted to make some additions to it, like some lattice work, which is also on the Exhibit A, but we don't have to look at that now. But these are the elevations.
Okay. HSAB. Holly?
Yes, Mr. Chair. HSAB took a look at this yesterday. They said that the side porch railing should be changed to a full height lattice and the cheeks of the shed roof arched to match the front porch. Change the sash and color to Essex green. Again, all of these applications have a proposed black sash. HSAB also respectfully requests this for further revisions if you all are so inclined. And I would just concur from a staff's perspective that the cross bucks and this design is reminiscent of an additional era within Nantucket's history. And I would also agree that black sash would not be appropriate. So those are comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Holly. By the way, no one mentioned the sash color on the previous application, but I dare say, having been through this number of times on a number of applications, that the board does not love the black sash, white trim look, except on a very formal in-town house. So just note that. Okay, so before we go to the board members, anybody from the public, neighbors want to speak on this application?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
No, not you, not yet, John. Hold on.
I'd like to speak
John,
on.
hold on, John, stop. Members of the public first.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'll wait. Yes.
I'll have you go first, John. It's okay. Anybody from the public on mute, please.
Thank you.
I think it would be safe also to say that Pat's comments that she read from Anne would also, they sort of covered a lot of, well, they cover the whole property. So I think that if if Pat were on, she would say that those comments would apply to this.
Yes, Mr.
as
Chair,
well.
all of those comments go for all three of these projects. Yes, sir.
Right. Okay. Okay, very good. Who wants to start on this?
John, you said.
Oh, I did. John, your turn.
Could I have south elevation, please?
Here it is.
Bring it up 3 notches. Thank you. Okay. All set? Hello?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm bringing you around the house.
Tell them when to stop, John. What
Right
elevation
there,
would you like?
that's good. Right there, north
Okay.
elevation. North and south are the same. It's got to come down about 6 inches to line up with the fascia board. They're going to drop the meeting rails down 5 to 6 inches. It's not in line with the gutter line, the fascia board. So they have to be changed. Other than that, that's my comment. And
Okay. All right. Thank you, John.
You're welcome.
Diane.
Okay, okay. Here, on the south elevation,
She's muted.
Diane, we lost. Oh, you're muted now, Diane.
I just saw it unmuted.
Hmm.
Anyway, the door and the 2 windows should move over so that underneath the windows up above. That's too much stuff to tuck over in the corner. It needs to be done. That's the south elevation. Let's move to another one. Okay, why is that on the east elevation to the west under the window? Why is that vacant?
It's where the stair is. It's also not visible.
It's not visible. Okay. Then let's have the next one. West elevation, north. North elevation. Is there a window? Is it the reason I don't have any interior? So it's hard for me to look up on what's in there that needs those small windows. It's not a covered porch. Brooke, where are they?
They're right here. This is the side that faces north,
Yeah.
Okay.
and it will be to the back of.
Oh,
a
they're
future
over.
building.
They're over a counter, right?
Yes,
Okay. Okay. I understand. Let's see the last one.
and this faces back at the house.
Is this visible or not?
I think maybe somewhat it'll be visible, but I don't think it'll be prominently visible.
Okay, well, if you had a choice, I'd remove one of those windows. It's just heavy. And was house shop for or against the little arched?
They
thing?
actually liked it.
Yeah, okay, I
Yeah,
thought
they
they
did.
did. So I wanted, and they wanted you to change something else to match that, right?
Yes, the back porch, they felt these railings were not in keeping with the crossbuck look on the front, but on this back porch, there's this stairs that go to the basement, so that has to be 3 feet high. And then on the north side, there's a drop in grade, so we need to have a railing there. What they suggested was a full height lattice, which is in my exhibit A, if I can show that. And that's up to the chair.
It is.
Well, that would be good. The crossbuck, it's nice to see being able to be used as it used to be, being that you have it close to the ground. I like that. And I would very much like to see the porch gone on the main house. It's not on the little one. So, and the black trim is is not what I would approve. Gray or white, but black on the Quaker houses really wasn't a big thing. So I think that's all I've got to say. It's 22.5 feet,
Yep. 22
And
feet,
that's-
2 inches.
right? And a quarter.
Yes.
So that's
You can come out with your tape measure.
Okay.
that's what I was thinking. All righty, thanks a
All
lot.
right. Thank you. Carrie?
I think this is a cute little house. I do think, even though I wasn't on the main house, I think if the main house porch goes away, this one reads much better somehow. It's kind of funny because it's got its own little character and it
Right.
helps this feel like a little cottage. I'm wondering if, because the north is facing Angola, correct? And
Correct.
it's very simple, which is great. And I'm just wondering, because the elevation drops, there will be some vegetation to sort of mitigate that extra height to that.
Yes, we can
Elevation,
require
right?
that as a part of any approval.
Yeah, I would just assume you'll be doing that anyways. But I really see no issues with this. I do agree with HSAB in the little porch detailing as well. So that's it.
Would you like
Okay.
to see the porch detail?
The one we just saw, the lattice,
Yeah, are you all set with that?
I liked it.
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
The curve seemed a little severe compared to the other one, but
The what?
Oh, the
curve.
curve, yeah.
Oh, the
I can,
curve. Oh, yeah,
curve.
yeah, that is, I didn't
I can-
realize that's what that was, but
Yeah.
yeah, it is.
I can make
Yeah,
it more of
soften it. Yeah.
a
Okay.
longer arc.
Right. Thanks, Carrie. Val, did I get you?
No,
Okay.
I think the cottage in and of itself is fine. It's, again, for me, it's the placement of these structures on the precipice of this falling away hill. The west, I don't think shows that there's going to be a window well there, which may or may not even be needed because of the change in grade. I really think it should be pulled back so that there isn't that slope. And actually, I'm probably going to be not popular, but with the cottage and then a garage structure that's right in front of it, virtually almost the same size, maybe not in height, but in width. To me, it's a site thing for me. I almost think that the cottage and the garage should be connected. So there, it doesn't make sense to me to have just this little path between these two structures, and the garage is fairly substantial as it runs along the street and blocks the cottage. So, yeah, that's what I got now.
Actually, that's a very interesting concept. Because if you did something like that, you would net out having smaller footprint in general, or smaller disruption to the landscape, condensing the sort of building footprints down might be something to consider. Thank you, Val. Yeah, I think generally it's, a nicely scaled building. I do share the concern about it dropping off the side of the hill like that. That's a little strange. And I think that might be remedied if it went closer to the building that we're about to review, the garage, and maybe they were connected. Anyway, that's all I have to say. And so I think that a motion on this one would include it going back to HSAB, just like the house.
So move.
Okay, so Diane's made a motion for some revisions and to have it go to HSAB before we see it. On that motion, Val.
Aye.
Thank you, John.
Aye.
Very good, Carrie.
Aye.
And Val on your motion.
Aye.
Actually, that was Diane, wasn't it?
Diane's motion.
Yeah, sorry, Diane on your motion.
Aye.
Thank you, and I'm in favor too. That carries. Okay, garage.
All right. Again, idea was a main mast that might have been built in the 20s with like a little workshop added later. And I think it's a pretty simple structure.
Yeah.
Not terribly tall and not terribly complicated.
Yep, seems to be. Can we see the other elevation? Oh, are you scrolling, Brooke?
Yeah, I can go
Show
wherever
us
you
the other
want.
stuff. Show us
Yep.
the other elevations.
So east and north, this.
Got that.
Yep, and then
Okay,
this
all right.
faces the driveway, which is right here.
Very
So you
good.
see that coming up bird
Right.
song, and
How
then
about west?
west is right here,
Okay.
and that faces the house, which
Okay. Thanks, Brooke. HSAB, Holly.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you. HSAB said bracketed door hood seems unnecessary. Remove it. On the east elevation, it should have a break in the wall, perhaps flip with the west side. So the west goes straight through and the east jogs. Change the sash and door color to Essex green. And then they obviously respectfully request any revisions back to them. I agree with the sash color not to be black. And I also agree with this concept of removing the door hood with the bracket. Although I understand this concept of, telling a story over time, I think that this garage could be actually simpler than it even is. So those are comments for your consideration, Mr.
Okay.
Chair. Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you, Holly. Board members.
Well,
I'll do it.
Go ahead, John.
Okay,
Yep.
okay. East elevation. But could you go to the north elevation, please? All right, now the south. I'm trying to find it. South. Okay, yes. No, go to the either east or west is fine.
Yeah.
There's west.
Okay, up here on the top right, the arches support right there, that it has to be straight. It's not with the curve in it. You should replace that, put in a regular one, the straight 45-degree angle. Have you got that, Brooke?
I do. I understand.
Good man. Thank you. That's it. That's my
All right.
comment.
Thank you, John. Val.
I think I kind of touched on it on the last one. The placement for me is odd. And I do think the cardinal points are maybe a little mixed up.
Yeah, I was gonna say something. I think I goofed on the, this is actually south.
Right.
That's north.
Right.
This is east, or that's west, and this is east. So
It's okay. In and of itself, it's a simple structure, but I think that the side that faces Birdsong, which is labeled as east, it's just too big in front of that cottage. And I do think it could be simplified. The addition could be a shed off the back. And a break in the wall would be good. I would just ask maybe if Brooke would look at perhaps consolidating the structures on the site. As I drove around over there and kind of walked around, what I noticed was, aside from this newer stuff that's coming in, there aren't a whole lot of properties that have more than 2 structures. And I think that we're sort of setting a precedent over here with this new build. So anything to simplify is good.
Okay, thanks, Val. Diane.
Yeah, I agree with what's been said. Talking about what Val is mentioning, I wondered if they attach the 2 buildings, but turn the guest cottage up and down instead of side to side, and attach it, which would put the 2 buildings together, would feed out from what each one has, and it would give more space in the, yeah, it would give space in there and all that. No reason to have them poke it out like that. That would make two buildings, which is what we usually deal with, and not create a third building. It wouldn't change the parking lot. It would just help to consolidate those two buildings. That's
Okay.
it.
Thank you, Diane. Carrie,
Yeah, I'm really digging that idea a lot, the more I think about it.
the consolidating.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's like a little extended builder's cottage, as you said, Brooke, and his garage and workshop all in a place, and you would open up the property so much and you'd gain so much by doing that. You could hide the stair completely. I mean, there's so many benefits to that. I love it. Hope you do.
Okay. Thanks, Carrie. Val, if memory serves me, you said like, oh, everybody's going to hate you for bringing this up.
Not.
Yeah, no, it's a super good idea. And so I have nothing to add other than underscore the idea of eliminating the pent roof in favor of just simplification of things in general.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
This
Who
is
is
my
this?
client.
I am Don DiMichele with my wife Darlene, and we're
Oh, hi.
the owners.
Yes.
Just a couple comments. I thought it's an interesting thought of attaching the two.
Mhm.
And I just want to ask the board a question. We want to have, can it be attached with, maybe there's a 5-foot breezeway between it where it's not connected, so at least there's some separation.
Well, okay, so everything that was said about the idea of connecting, we realize is like a new concept for Brooke and obviously a new concept for you. And at the end of the day, you can decide that you don't want to do that. So what we do.
I understand, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to ask a question around if we did try to connect with some kind of breezeway between it, would that be viewed as non-Quaker and therefore it still won't make the grade? And I just want to make sure we're doing the things that make sense.
Well, I think the answer to that question is, and I'm going to do the best I can here. I think the reason for consolidating the buildings was to have fewer buildings, like 2 rather than 3 buildings on a relatively small lot. And it would also free up more of the landscape space around if you just got rid of all the interstitial space between the 2 ancillary buildings. So how much closer you want to move them together or whether you want to move them together at all is kind of for you and Brooke to figure out.
Thank
Okay?
you very much. And
Right.
I would only make one other comment. My wife and I have been trying to be very respectful, keeping the center mass small and doing single levels on the outside because we understand the sensitivity of the neighborhood. We really do. We don't want a pool. We haven't even thought about it. We've rejected that totally. We're trying to be very sensitive. And the only thing I'd point out is it is a 15,000 square foot lot, and we're going to use 23% of the ground cover with those properties as you see it.
Yeah.
So it's not like we're taking 40% or something of it. We're trying to keep it as small as we can and yet make the interior design meet our needs. So we're trying to be respectful and we'll continue to do that and work with Brooke the best way we can to make it successful through your committee.
Well, thank you. And just so you know, if you've been following any of the other applications that have been in this neighborhood, they tend all to be very contentious. There's a lot of neighborhood, concern about this in general. And I would say that the comments that were given on your applications have been relative to the other applications pretty benign.
Well, that's good to hear.
Okay, yeah, so thanks. And Brooke, I'm sure can navigate these shoals for you. Okay, thanks. So should we move for some revisions on the garage?
Almost.
Okay, Diane's motion for revisions.
Do we have to
I suppose we should do the HSAB thing on this
Yeah.
too.
goes back to,
Yeah. Okay, just to keep it all tidy. Okay, that was Diane's motion. On the motion, Val.
Aye.
Thank you, John.
Aye.
Very good, Carrie.
Aye.
And Diane on your motion.
aye.
And I'm in favor too. Motion carries. Very good. Okay. Now, speaking of Val Oliver, we have one at Correa.
Thank you.
Thanks, Brooke. Bye.
Oh, it's to me?
Yes, it is to you.
Okay.
Okay,
Well,
so
you just saw a little house that Linda presented by the modular company. I believe this is the same house in the same neighborhood, maybe a little
Okay.
different.
yeah, this was Iverson's daughter's house.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So this is for Georgie Morley and her husband, Chris Cothran.
Let's take a look at the site plan and the locus.
24 feet in height.
Uh-huh.
Yep. Correa's over in the same area
Uh-huh.
off the South Shore. That's her parents' house that you're looking at.
Yeah, and this is right next door.
This is a little lot they cut off for them. Yeah.
Got it. Okay, comments from the board.
A-okay.
All right. Any concerns, Diane, John?
No,
Just show the house. They're not even looking at it.
Okay, so can I have a motion?
motion to approve is submitted.
Sounds good to me. Thanks, Diane. On that motion, John.
Repeat the motion, please.
Motion is to approve this little cottage.
Aye.
All right, thanks. Carrie.
Aye.
Diane on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor too. Motion carries. Okay.
Thank
Very
you.
good. Thanks, Val. And now, let's see, that's the end of our first and second page. Third page. Okay. So now we're to 28 and 32 Baxter. And I saw Chris on. Chris, you there?
Hello, hi, I am Ray. Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine. Thank you, Chris.
Okay, perfect.
Nice to see you. Okay, so here we are.
Okay, so this is a proposal for a pool house and a pergola between two existing structures. The structure to the left is 28 Baxter, and the structure to the right is 32 Baxter. It is a pool house, obviously, and it's essentially situated to the Baxter Road side of the pool. So to some degree, screening the pool.
Where's this going?
Hey, hang on a sec, John. Hang on. Sorry, Chris, continue.
Yeah, sheet HDC 0.0 will show you the site plan. There we go. So the pool house is essentially the darkened roof plan. The pergola is to the pool side. Probably, I think it would be helpful if we went to the next sheet, which is HDC 0.1, and it shows context. And probably the best photo is on the lower left, which is essentially where the pool house is going to be behind that privet hedge. So it's going to have limited visibility from Baxter Road.
Okay.
Then if you could go to the next sheet, where we've done essentially a street elevation, which shows 28 Baxter, and then the proposed pool house. And the concept here is really to capture and marry the pool house design with 28 Baxter, with the 16/1 windows that are paired, that are bound by engaged pilasters, just like at 28 Baxter. So basically it becomes part of the family there. Hip roof essentially still to marry with the existing structure as well. So that's essentially the intent. And then the pergola is on the opposite side and the pool side of the structure, the pool house structure.
Okay.
And then we have a corresponding, so essentially those windows are those 16/1 windows are gonna wrap three sides. And then on the pergola side, we have essentially folding doors, nano wall type doors that will all essentially open up. The intent here is this is a unconditioned structure. And we're really just trying to protect some of the elements from, well, the interior from the elements.
Okay. Thank you, Chris. Let's see, it must have gone to Sconset Advisory.
Yes, sir, it did.
All right,
Sconset
thanks.
took a look at it on Monday. Just for context and obviously your knowledge, this main dwelling on the lot is called Windrush, and it's circa 1906, 4 square. Obviously within the old historic district of Sankaty Head of Sconset. And Sconset's concerns were that it's fancy for a pool house, but the details carry over very well from the main house, and it's very appropriate. I would concur on that. Although we wouldn't be seeing something like this in other locations, it does match the historic structure, and that's very appropriate from our perspective. They did have a comment on wanting to know where the location of the pool mechanicals would be, because we obviously know that this is a pool house, so there would be mechanicals. And obviously those need to be screened if they're visible from the public way. Those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Hey, Chris, you just want to address the pool equipment thing, right?
Absolutely. Elizabeth is going to be following with the pool application right after this one, and she will basically
all right.
show you that in her site plan.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay, board members, your turn.
I'll comment.
Thanks, Val.
I agree that because of the vegetation, it's really going to be pretty minimal, and I like that it matches the house. That looks great. My only concern is the chimney material.
Yeah.
It's not painted brick like the house. It looks like a rubble. That was it.
Okay.
I'll go.
Oh, hang on. You were finished, right?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if it
You
should
just worry
form.
or not. Your only comment is regarding the material of the chimney.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Very good.
Mr. Chair, can I just get a clarification from Val on the
Yeah.
brick? Val, you mentioned painted brick.
Well, I'm looking at the pictures of the house. Is that what it is? In some pictures, it looks painted unless that's the house next door.
No, it's brick. It's brick. It's not painted.
Okay. Okay.
So
it's not painted.
No,
if
one
you-
of the pictures has shows a white chimney in the background,
That's-
just brick to match the house.
That's not Windrush. That's the cottage. That's to the right side.
Okay.
The left side is Windrush. And go to the lower left-hand photo. You can see Windrush there. There's your brick chimney in
Yep.
this picture, that 4 square.
Okay.
Yep. So
All right.
just make it brick then.
We can do that.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's Val's opinion. Let's
Yeah.
see if everyone else concurs. Okay. All right. So let's see. I think Diane, you were about to
I'll
go.
go.
Yeah.
Yeah,
go
I
ahead.
don't mind the cottages or the pool house because it fits in. I do mind the chimney. The chimney should be corbelled in the usual manner. There's no reason to go all the way up to the roof to corbel it. It should go down. It should be brick, and it should be just a good brick chimney matching the main house with the corbelling going down to the level of the first window as the in the middle there, whatever.
So Chris,
Yes, Ray.
what Diane is suggesting, and I actually agree with her on this, is the shoulders on your chimney are way up high. It's
Correct.
basically breaking right where the eave is. And she's suggesting, the shoulders don't need to be that high. They can be down where the
Agreed,
firebox
agreed.
is.
Yep.
So that you don't have it be so massive. Like right now, it looks a little bit like a milk bottle. We'd rather have it look like a wine bottle.
Right.
That, a nice
Sure.
Pinot Noir type.
Sure. I think that brick, if we change the material to brick, it really sort of suggests a different shape and design than a
Very
field
true.
stone. So
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Diane. John.
Thank you. These 4 buildings here, there's 18 separate units of glass. And they go way over the 50% each elevation, even the chimney. It's the 2 windows there are larger than the chimney. I'm saying it's right now, this is December. Now, it said generally we go by the rule, if it can be seen from a street or travel way, the commission has control. Well, whether this can be seen is a general factor in this, because this here could qualify that now that it is December, the end of December, starting the first of the year, another week, that all the bushes that they used from May 1st until December 1st, they used that it can't be seen from the street or travel way. They've been throwing that at us. Now, drive around any place you want, any road, and see what's there. You can see right through the bushes because the leaves are all gone. Now, people are going to start using that as a state law. That is, it's going to be seen by street or travel way. And that's what I find wrong in this. If any of this wall system is visible on this, it should be knocked down to 50% as we usually do on any wall face. So that's my comment there. This commission should look into this real close and how much of it is visible now this time of year. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, John. Just by the way, Chris, I'm pretty sure that those photos that you took of the site were taken very recently, right?
Yeah, they're not in leaf. The
Yeah,
privet is not in leaf right now.
That's as
so.
bad as it's going to get right there. Chris is pointing out the one in the lower left-hand corner because that's where actually the building would go. Okay, thank you, John. Carrie.
Yes, sir.
I think this is a great little building, and I totally appreciate that it is so reflective of the main dwelling. To me, it's like a little light orangery type building. And the one thing that's taking away from that lightness is the chimney, brick or otherwise. I think it should be inside and just not have it read as such a heavy mass on this sweet, light, glassy, throwback orangery building.
Okay. Is that it?
Yeah.
All right. Chris, I appreciate all the references back to the main house, the windows and such. Sounds like you might want to look at, well, you've already said that you're going to look at the reconfiguration of the chimney and its material. Beyond that, I think it's a very attractive little building, and Nantucket doesn't have nearly enough orangeries.
We need more.
I think
I
we need to
love
get
that word.
Yes. Okay, so how about a motion for some revisions on this?
I make the motion for revisions.
Sounds good, Diane. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
John,
Repeat the motion, please.
or some revisions.
Hold for,
Revisions.
okay, my computer's a little messed up right now.
Okay, but you're in favor of a motion for revisions, I'm sure, John.
For revision, all right, thank you.
Yeah, okay, thanks. Carrie
Aye.
and Shucks, who made the motion?
I did.
Okay, and you're in favor of your motion?
Yes.
Thank you, and I am too. Okay, that motion carries. Now we're going to hear from Elizabeth regarding the pool.
Thank you very much for your
Yeah,
time.
thanks, Chris. Nice seeing you.
Good seeing you.
Hello, Elizabeth.
Hello, how are you?
Good. How's it going?
Good, good, thank you.
Good. All right. Pool and spa.
Yes. So, Chris designed the house to a beautiful orangery to hide this pool. So they're going to a sort of extreme lengths to make sure that you cannot see this from Baxter Road. So it's tucked in behind this building that's likely going to get approved. And as far as the pool equipment, it's going to go to the sort of the west corner of the main house. I don't know if you see there's a couple enclosures back there. There's like a like 3 rectangles outlined at the back of the house.
Mhm.
So that's where it would go.
3 rectangles at the back of the
Yeah,
house.
it's just up, like, yeah, in the back of the main house.
Yeah,
No, the main house,
like,
yep. Yep. Move the cursor up.
no, that's the guest house. Go to the
Right.
dark.
On the
yeah,
next one, yeah.
That one,
Yeah.
yeah.
Top of
Yeah,
the
so
page.
And
the
then the
back-
very topmost portion shows these 3 little
Back
Right,
left
dots.
right
corner,
there.
right, yeah.
Yeah,
So it would be
okay.
enclosed in wood.
Okay. Anything else you want to tell us about this?
So it's a relatively small pool. It's, 30 by 16, in ground, in grade, no retaining.
Okay. Auto cover. How about let's hear from Sconset Advisory on this?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. So obviously we've got 2 properties here that this is being proposed between 2 of these dwellings, but this is actually on the property for
Yeah, it's 32.
32,
It's actually
which
on 32.
there was there was a little confusion on my part, at least when I was reviewing these applications. But I understood it. And obviously the structure to the right at 32 is a non-contributing structure within the historic district at 32. HSAT, our Sconset Advisory took a look at this, and their only concern was the apparent encroachment on the public way behind the subject property in butters. I was not privy to that full conversation. I was not in attendance to that meeting. However, looking at the aerial, they may be talking about the way that actually comes off of Baxter Road and goes in the back. And obviously that's the access driveway point for both these structures. And I'm not too sure on the who owns the property, but that would be obviously something from a zoning perspective to look into. As far as the pool and spa itself, there seems to be no concerns. I did want to notate that this pool is large in the vicinity of this historic neighborhood. I think based on the aerials that I saw, the closest pool in the area, which is smaller pool, is on Sankaty Road at 31. And I did want to notate too, it wasn't fairly clear in the application, the visibility from that road. Obviously, it's fairly clear that it's not going to be visible due to the new structure that you all just looked at off of Baxter Road. So those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Hey, Chris or Elizabeth, can you, either one of you, address the public way issue here?
So our client is using sort of this back access. It's
Yes.
only used by them. And what we're showing is really a reflection of what's existing today. So we're not applying for anything there. It's just a reflection of where the existing parking exists in the back. That's the parking in the front, that's the Baxter Road. And then the picture to the right here, the one with the white shell, that's the pullover that exists as is.
View
So
5?
Yep, we're not proposing any changes to that.
Okay, so here's a funny thing. If we go back to your site plan,
Mhm.
we're kind of relying on this existing hedge for screening of this pool from what
Yep.
is, theoretically a publicly traveled way, might be in a butter's way or whatever. And the screening is
Right.
actually not on their property, it's on the way. You see what I'm saying? It was funny because I did a project over on Burnell Street and the owner planted a hedge in the town road easement, which was like 20 feet away from the road, but the DPW made them move it because it was on their property, on town property. So I just raised that as an issue because I think, this pool is relying on that hedge that's there to be screened. And if the DPW ever said, oh, well, actually, you can't have that, take it down or move it back onto your property, then it
There's
would.
definitely enough room to do that here.
Well,
if
there
that
is,
was-
there actually is, you know, you do have room to put the privet further back. It just something I wanted to bring up, an observation. Okay, so board members, your turn.
I'm okay with it.
Okay,
I think it's in an appropriate location, and if the way is a problem, they'll find a way to screen it
okay,
from the
sounds
way.
good. Diane?
Yeah, it's if we can't do it, but just a word of warning to find out before you start something. I think the building at 32 blocks the pool with it being there, and the pool house blocks it, and the planting around the other house blocks it pretty well. So just for interest, where is the path that goes along? Is it in front of this house that goes along before it drops to the beach? Because that
It's
is
the other
No.
side of the street.
Yeah, we're on the other side of the street.
okay.
This is on the land side.
This is on the land side.
Yeah.
All
yeah.
right. So they don't have to worry about that. So there you are. I think it's well protected.
Okay, thank you, Diane. John?
The only comment I can find was with there's no garage, am I correct?
What's that, John?
Is there a garage on this property?
No, not that I'm
Okay.
aware of.
Thought I saw from when okay. All right, then I have that day, yeah. I have no comments, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Carrie?
Yeah, I agree with the others. I think this is fine.
Okay, why don't we let it sail then, because I'm okay.
I make a
Motion to approve
Oh, Val got that one. So
with the
on Val's-
caveat.
Oh, yes, please. Okay, so the caveat is that the pool will not be visible at the time of inspection and thereafter in perpetuity. Okay?
Forever.
That is Val's motion. On that motion, Diane,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
thank you, Carrie,
Aye.
and Val on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor too. There
Thank you
go.
so much.
Okay,
Yeah,
thanks.
have a great night.
Thanks, you too. Bye-bye. Okay, where's my list? Here we go. Okay, Sana, are you there? No Sana?
You disappeared.
Was she here? Roof Walk, Fayette?
13 Fayette.
No
Mr.
rep?
Chair, I don't see her.
Okay, so let's skip that one. And I believe Alex is still in the queue for emeritus stuff.
Yes, correct. I'm
All right,
still
very
here.
good. Well, let's take care of Sana first. So can I have a motion to hold item 23 for representation?
So moved.
Thank you. On Val's motion to hold item 23 for rep, Diane.
I can't sit on it.
Oh, yeah, right. Okay, thank you. John?
In Lincoln Avenue?
No, we're at 13 Fayette, but it was just a hold for representation.
Hold for representation?
Yeah.
Okay.
You good?
That's Fayette Street, right?
Okay, yes. Carrie?
Aye.
All right, and Val on your motion.
Aye.
Okay, and I'm in favor too, motion carries. Okay, now we're gonna get back to 10 Lincoln.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Go ahead.
I think we're gonna hold this one.
Yes,
the-
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
You're gonna
Matt
hold
had
this?
asked for 10 Lincoln and 2 Stone Alley to be held.
How about Bloom Street?
Yes, please.
10
All
Lincoln.
right, so listen, let's just move forward with Bloom Street and then we're gonna go back and we're gonna we'll hold the other two.
I think we did that at the beginning of the meeting.
I'm not sure that we did. Did we officially hold them?
No.
No.
No,
we
you did
decided
not. It
When they
was just
come up,
brought
we
up.
All right, so here's, let's just dispense with this. Alex, when do you want these heard?
Next Tuesday, I believe so.
Next Tuesday?
Yes, please.
Okay, so can somebody make a motion to hold numbers 24 and 26 until next Tuesday?
So move.
Thank you, Diane. On Diane's motion, Val,
Aye.
John,
Hey,
thank you. Carrie,
Aye.
Diane on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor too. Okay, so that's those two, and now we go to 1 Bloom Street.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Start. This is a very simple application. We would love to add a basement walkout that will provide access to the existing almost full basement that is located under that historic structure.
Okay.
That's all. And you can see it from the Bloom Street. I believe it should be bubbled on the exterior elevations.
Oh yeah, there it is, right next to the driveway.
Correct. There is an existing bulkhead at the moment, which not very attractive, and just to provide better access because there's still an equipment, and it will also provide some kind of
Okay,
storage.
so the protective measure there is you're going to do like a baluster railing that runs alongside. So
correct, and it's shown on the next page. Yes.
Yeah, if we
Just
scroll
giving the-
down, there it is, folks. The railing. Okay.
I'll take.
That's all.
No, not quite yet, John.
We don't have
Holly
any
gets to go
pictures,
first.
though.
What?
There's no pictures.
Well, it's in construction. What you can see on the right side, what has been approved so far.
I know. I just like to see.
It's like seriously being built right now.
Well, we've started some interior work. We are
All
waiting
right.
for the building permit.
Okay. Holly.
Yes, Mr. Chair. And actually, to answer that, I was down in the vicinity about 2 weeks ago, and the only thing that has been done is the removal of the chimney on this elevation, which you all approved with your recent approval. For the record, this is a individually significant circa 1727 typical Nantucket. This HSAB did not have a chance to look at this, so these comments are coming from staff. This stairwell is not appropriate at the facade of this individually significant structure. Although obviously you all have approved recent additions to this structure, the location of this, it should not be visible where they're showing it. And if it is, it needs to be mitigated extensively. It's literally this dwelling, like a lot of
It's right
typical
on the
Nantuckets,
street.
right on the street, right, exactly. And that's what you're going to see, and it's really going to take away from this structure. So those are my comments for your consideration. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, hey, everyone who's waiting in the queue right now, I'm looking at the time, and I think this is going to be our last application for the evening. So yeah, we'll resume on Thursday at 1. We'll take it up there. All right, so thank you, Holly. Board members.
That was why I wanted a picture, because I didn't go by there, but I agree. I think it shouldn't be right there with the front facade on the street. There should be, it got to be in a different location.
Okay. Thanks, Val. Diane.
I'm with Val.
Okay. John.
Yeah, I want to state, I drove by and the smallest chimney on the north side has been torn down right to the ground. Did they get a permit to move that chimney?
I believe, yes,
Yes.
they did.
They did?
Yes.
That's number 25, right, okay. That's my comment, thank you.
Okay, Carrie.
I agree with the rest, and I'm wondering why can't it go on the other side of the little bump out? Because then it would be hidden from the street and under those little windows where
Let's look at the site plan.
nothing would be hindered.
May, Mr. Chair, just
You got a little less room there. I understand that. Yeah.
and there's a side door, there's the entry to the mudroom. And unfortunately, the full basement under that historic structure is only
Yeah, in the
in
front.
that area. It does not exist at the front of the building or in any other sides. Because
Okay.
this is where
Go in that.
current bulkhead is. We just thought that, you know, and we also gonna follow up with the detailed landscape plan, and it all will be screened, and I don't think it's gonna be, it will be slightly visible, but we're planning to make it as less visible as possible. This is literally the only place where we can put it at the
Okay.
moment.
I'm gonna offer this up as a suggestion, but in order to do so, I'd need to see the north elevation again.
I have one too. Maybe it's the same thing.
Well, you know, I used to own a house on Pleasant Street, and it actually had like a door. It was like a little shed on the side of the house.
Yep.
It had a door, and the stairway went down, so it just looked like a shed with a window in it.
Right.
If
So,
they have any extra
so,
ground cover.
but now, obviously, if you have a ground coverage issue, that would be a problem, but it would, I think, solve a lot of the visual problems and still get your staircase down. Yeah, if we looked at the north, well, in fact, looky there, you got a shed right behind it.
Right.
But if we look at the north, yeah, just.
Okay, there's the issue of the window, but I'm just throwing it out there. I think that if you don't have a lot of support for it as drawn, okay? So you may want to consider rendering in a different way that it does not look like an exterior stair right on the front of the house. That's all I'm saying. Okay?
The other thing, Ray, sorry
Yeah.
to interrupt, is
No,
that
but-
we were really trying to preserve the front of this house.
Right.
And to add another piece to that shed roof, you know, eliminate
yeah,
some of that
okay.
front mass. And I wonder if the shed could go on the right-hand side of the existing shed.
Well,
piece.
see, I don't
Yeah.
think there's two things that Alex just mentioned. One, he doesn't have space to do it there, and two, there's no full basement on that portion.
Under
On the
the
new
addition,
part?
correct, yeah.
Yeah, like that, you can see the full basement is probably under the salt box. And
Right.
then the
Yeah,
crawl,
in the
it
back.
goes to crawl space on the addition.
How about if we see some pictures of the existing bulkhead?
Well, that would be a good
That would
idea.
help.
Yeah,
help us.
pictures are always good.
Pictures
And
are
a
always,
picture of the front, I'd like to see a picture of the front.
all right.
See how
I
that-
have pictures right here, if I can share my screen. I don't know, that's.
That would be good.
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir, John.
this is number 25 at 1 Bloom Street.
This is, let me see what number this is. This is number 25. Yes, John. Yes.
They want a basement walkout, am I sure?
Yeah, that's what,
That's all they want at this time.
that's all they want. Yeah.
I'll
But
make
it's right on the front of the house, so this Alex is getting some pushback.
All right, I'll make a motion to approve it. If
Well,
that's-
no,
Oh,
but
you gotta be
motion's
kidding me.
Not gonna go anywhere.
Everybody at once, just a moment, please. Like, all I see that they want is it walk down. That's an approvable, way it's drawn is approvable from there. So that's why I want to make a motion, to get it out of the way.
All right.
But nobody wants
Yeah,
that.
yeah, it's, the motion is gonna die. But the other thing is, there's a window here that isn't shown on the elevation. That little 6-light window.
Right, but this is where that,
That could
another
become
bump
the
out
door.
is going in, where the mudroom door is gonna be.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
So it's gonna be right above the existing bulkhead. And
Okay,
this is
so
our-
so the existing bulkhead is underneath what's gonna become interior program.
Correct.
Got it. Okay.
So that's not going to have full basement under it to connect to the existing basement?
The addition will not have full basement. This was the idea, just to provide access to the existing full basement. We're not planning to build a full basement under the additions.
Yeah.
But if you did, you could put a little shed to the right of the mudroom and have basement under the mudroom and get down there in a non-visible space from the street.
Right.
It
Okay.
would
Yeah.
mean having a little bit of full
We-
foundation.
All
I mean,
right, so
the
Alex,
site plan.
listen,
Yes.
let's try and tie a little bow around this. You don't have a lot of support for it as drawn, okay? So I think that we need to move for some revisions, and we're gonna kind of like hit the ball back over the net, and now it's on your side. So, you know, talk to Matt, see if there's anything else you can do. But,
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. Due to the fact that this is an individually significant structure, I would respectfully request this go to HSAB too.
Oh, okay, good. So
Thank
can I
you.
have a motion for revisions plus?
I make a motion of revisions and to go to HACCP before it comes back to us.
And
Sounds good.
show us a basement plan so we understand where it is.
And some photos. Oh, I guess we had photos, but let's get them into the record. Okay, so Diane has made a motion on this one, folks, to hold for revisions. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
John.
Motion is to approve it.
No, to hold
No.
for some revisions.
Revision, thank you.
Okay,
Aye,
Carrie?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. And Diane, on your motion?
Aye.
Okay, and I'm in favor too, so that motion carries. Okay, that concludes this
Thank you.
evening's discussion. So let's see, we have some minutes if someone is inclined to motion to approve those, December 7th and 9th.
Motion to approve the minutes.
So moved.
Okay, that was a motion from Diane, right?
Can be, yeah.
Right? Okay,
I thought it was.
It was, the
Karen.
motion was from Val, but
well, that's
Val.
kind of what I heard. Okay, so Val did make the motion. Diane on the motion.
Aye.
Thank you. John,
Repeat the motion.
to approve the minutes.
Approve the minutes. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Carrie.
Aye.
Val on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor too.
Mr. Chair-
Can I
Mr.
say another thing before the end of the night?
You can, and then I have a question. Go ahead, Diane.
Yes,
I
Wait.
would like to put my name in, and I have already for the 109. I
Oh.
would like,
You mean
To do
106?
I want to sit there. I would like to watch what they are doing. I would like to report what I can, what I'm allowed to back to us at the HDC, so we know what's going on. And perhaps some of the other commissioners will pick it up.
Hey,
But I
so
would-
Diane, thanks a million for that. So, Kadeem.
yes, Mr. Paul, yeah.
Can we, on that section 106 Sunrise Wind Farm thing, just say, just change the language a little bit to say vote in a successor to Stephen?
We can certainly do that.
Okay, good. And then we'll actually take a vote and we'll get you in there. Okay, Diane?
Okay, thank you,
All
because
right, that sounds great. Thank you very much. And was there something else somebody wanted to tell me?
Ray, yes, something I want to say.
Yes, go ahead, John.
Okay, no, I just want to say that happy holidays to everybody. Merry Christmas, and make a motion when you get ready to adjourn.
Okay, but John, hopefully I'm going to see you before Christmas. I'm going to see you on Thursday. Am I going to see you on Thursday?
We're going to meet Thursday?
Yeah, I think so, but that's funny because under other business, it says next HCC meeting Tuesday, December 28th.
Because you're looking at Thursday's agenda, Ray.
Oh,
don't forget that.
Thank you. Yeah,
I'm on it. We're good.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Okay, John. Yes, we do have a Thursday's meeting, so hopefully we'll see each other before we all go our separate ways. And so, John, did you want to make a motion?
I make a motion to adjourn.
All right, that's great. On John's motion, Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Hey, everybody, thanks so much. I think we plowed through a fair amount tonight. That was very good. And I'll
Nighty
see.
night all.
Yeah,
See you
night, night.
Thursday.
Thanks,
Thank you.
everybody.
Bye, guys. See you Thursday.
Bye.
Happy
Bye.
holidays.